Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Before we ever reached the lion whose hide turned every blade aside, or the swamp where a single wound multiplied itself into 2 more mouths, or the narrow gate at the edge of the world where a 3-headed dog stood permanently on duty, look for a moment at the shape of the map the ancient Greeks actually carried around in their own heads, because tonight's whole long story is going to trace that map's outline from the inside out, one labour at a time, until there is no more map left to draw. Near the centre of that mental map sat the Peloponnese, the broad, mountainous peninsula hanging off the southern edge of the Greek mainland, home to Mycenae and Tiryns and Argos, and a dozen other kingdoms whose names still turn up in schoolbooks today, a region a determined traveller could walk across in a matter of weeks. Ring that centre with the wider Greek world, Thrace to the north, Crete floating in the sea to the south, the Black Sea coast far to the east where the Amazons were said to make their home, and then, past even that wider ring, at the very outer edge of everything a Greek sailor believed a ship could safely reach, sat the places this whole tradition treated as the actual rim of the world, a garden guarded by a 100-headed dragon at the western edge of everything, a strait so far out that only a god's own golden cup could ferry a mortal across the waters beyond it, and past even that, past every last mile of ordinary geography, the realm of the dead itself, a country with no coastline and no roads and no way home for anyone who had not already died. A Greek shepherd standing on any ordinary hillside in this world could, at least in principle, point toward each of these places in turn, first toward the near hills where his own flock grazed, then toward the more distant mountains where a neighbouring kingdom's own shepherds grazed theirs, then toward the sea that carried strange goods and stranger news from places he would likely never visit himself, and then, finally, toward a horizon that simply stopped, past which his own imagination and his own civilizations had nothing left to offer except monsters, gardens, and gods. This is the actual shape of tonight's story, though almost nobody who has heard some version of it before has ever been told to look at it this way. 12 labours, laid out in their traditional order, do not merely happen to a man named Heracles one after another. They walk with real and startling geographic precision, from the very doorstep of his own unwilling king outward, ring by ring, to the absolute edge of the known world, and then one final labour further still, into a country that has no edges at all, because it has no geography left to offer. That is the first thread this account is going to follow tonight, but it is not the only one, and the second thread is older than the labours themselves, reaching all the way back to a fable a sophist named Prodicus is said to have told at gatherings across Greece a full generation before Plato ever wrote a line of his own philosophy. The story of a young man, not yet famous, sitting alone at a fork in a quiet road, approached by 2 women who could not have looked less alike, one dressed plainly and offering nothing but honest, difficult, unglamorous work, the other dressed beautifully and offering an easy life full of every pleasure a young man could want, both of them asking in their own very different ways for exactly the same thing, his whole future. The young man at that crossroads was Heracles, and the choice he made there, quietly, before a single lion or Hydra had ever crossed his path, is the choice this whole account is going to watch him keep making, labour after labour, for the rest of a very long and very costly life. A map being drawn outward to its own furthest edge, and a choice made once and then honoured, at enormous cost, again and again. Hold both of those threads loosely as tonight's story unfolds, because they are going to meet, more than once, in places neither one of them would obviously predict. Before this account goes any further, take a moment now, if you feel like it, to like this video and to subscribe to this channel, though only for the honest reason that actually matters, which is that you are the kind of listener who genuinely enjoys settling into a long, unhurried night, exactly like the one ahead of you. This remains a fairly small channel, sitting right around 1,000 subscribers and reaching slowly and patiently toward 10,000, and if a calm voice willing to walk an entire mythic map with you until your honesty was rarely Zeus's chosen method in matters like this one, and it was not his method here either. he took on Amphitryon's own exact face and voice, and arrived at Alcmene's door claiming to have returned early from a victorious campaign, and Alcmene, who had no earthly reason to doubt the face and the voice of her own husband, let him in without a second thought. Wanting to prolong the night for as long as he possibly could, Zeus commanded the sun not to rise the next morning, and the darkness, by every ancient account, stretched on for the length of 3 ordinary nights folded into one. A small, strange miracle, later poets treated with real fondness, though it is worth noticing how little that particular miracle actually benefited the woman living through it, since Alcmene herself had no idea anything unusual was happening at all, believing only that she was spending an unexpectedly long and tender night with a husband she had been anxiously awaiting. The real Amphitryon returned home the following day, triumphant from his own actual campaign, and greeted his wife with the joy of a man freshly home from a hard-won war, only to find her strangely unmoved by news he expected to be entirely new to her, since she had, so far as she knew, already heard every detail of his victory the night before from his own lips. It took a blind seer named Tiresias to untangle the confusion that followed and reveal the truth, that Alcmene had unknowingly shared her bed with the king of the gods himself, and Amphitryon, to his lasting credit, chose neither to abandon his wife, nor to blame her for a deception she had no possible way of detecting, understanding as any reasonable man in his position eventually had to, that no mortal woman could be expected to see through a disguise worn by Zeus. The two of them settled instead into an arrangement the ancient world found strange but never disgraceful, because within a matter of months Alcmene discovered she was carrying not one child but 2, twins conceived on 2 separate nights only hours apart, one fathered by Zeus and one by her own true husband, a biological impossibility this whole tradition simply accepts without further comment, the same way it accepts every other impossible thing its gods choose to do whenever the story requires it. Sit with what this opening quietly establishes, because it shapes everything the map ahead of us is going to trace. Heracles, the child of Zeus, was born into a household that already understood, before his first breath, that his existence was the product of a god's own deception and a mortal woman's honest confusion, a boy whose divine paternity would one day entitle him to a place among the immortals, and whose mortal birth would leave him, in every ordinary human way, vulnerable to hunger and exhaustion and grief and eventual death. A creature built out of 2 natures that were never meant to share one body inherits, this story is going to insist across every single labour still ahead of it tonight. Not the best of both conditions, but very often the hardest parts of each. A doubled inheritance that will make him strong enough to wrestle death itself, and fragile enough to be undone, in the very end, by nothing more exotic than a woman's own well-meant and entirely mistaken gift. A stolen kingship, and a promise no god could take back. Hera, queen of the gods and Zeus's own long-suffering wife, had by this point in the marriage endured centuries of her husband's infidelities, with a patience the old sources credit less to forgiveness than to simple, weary practicality, since there was little even a goddess of her own considerable standing could actually do to stop the king of all the gods from doing exactly as he pleased. But Alcmene's pregnancy struck a nerve most of Zeus's other affairs had never quite managed to reach, because Zeus himself, in a burst of careless, boastful pride that the whole rest of this story would come to regret at enormous length, announced to the assembled gods of Olympus, on the very day Heracles was due to be born, that a child of his own bloodline, born that day, was destined to rule over all the surrounding lands, a proclamation aimed quite specifically at his unborn son by Alcmene. Hera, hearing that boast, recognised in it not simply another humiliation to swallow, but a genuine and concrete opening for revenge, and she moved with a speed and a precision the old sources describe with something close to grudging respect. Before Zeus fully understood what she intended, she extracted from him a solemn and unbreakable oath, binding him to his own proclamation exactly as spoken. that whichever child of his bloodline was born that very day would indeed inherit the rule he had promised. And then, with that oath safely sworn and impossible for even Zeus himself to unwind, she hurried down to Argos, where another descendant of Zeus's line, a woman named Nisipe, was also carrying a child still some weeks from her own due date. Calling on the birth goddess Eileithyia to do her bidding, Hera delayed Alcmene's labour by supernatural means, while simultaneously hastening Nisipes along, so that a boy named Eurystheus, lesser in every quality this story cares to measure, was born first, and by the letter of an oath his own father could never take back, inherited the very kingship that had been meant for Heracles. This single act of trickery is the hinge this entire map turns on, and it is worth remembering plainly, here at the very start of a very long night, exactly what it cost, because it establishes, before Heracles has drawn a single breath, the shape of the injustice tonight's whole story is going to keep circling back to a destiny that was rightfully his, taken by a goddess's clever manipulation of his own father's careless words, and a lesser man elevated by nothing more than the accident of a delayed and hastened labour, into a position of authority over a hero who would spend, as we're about to discover, an entire decade of his adult life serving that same lesser man's every command. Zeus, discovering too late what his wife had engineered, raged at the trick but could not undo an oath even he himself remained bound by, and could offer his own son, in whatever compensation the situation still allowed, only a single distant consolation: that Heracles would indeed serve Eurystheus for a fixed span of labours, but that at the far end of that service he would be granted a reward no ordinary mortal could ever hope for, a permanent place among the immortal gods themselves. We will come back to that promise, and to whether it was ever truly worth what it cost, at the very last stop on tonight's own long map. Hera's revenge did not end with the theft of a kingship, because a goddess capable of that kind of patient-engineered cruelty was never going to be satisfied with a single humiliation delivered once and then quietly set aside. When Heracles was still an infant of only a few months, lying in his cradle beside his twin half-brother Iphicles, Amphitryon's own true son, Hera sent 2 enormous serpents slithering into the nursery in the dead of night, intending to end, before it could ever grow into the threat Zeus had already boasted of, the one child she recognised as the genuine danger. Iphicles, the ordinary mortal infant, woke screaming at the sight of the serpents and had to be pulled to safety by his own terrified parents rushing in from another room. But Heracles, the old sources tell us with unmistakable relish, simply reached out with his own infant hands, one for each snake, and strangled both of them to death in his cradle before his parents ever arrived, and Amphitryon and Alcmene, bursting into the nursery braced for tragedy, found instead their infant son sitting up amid the coils of 2 dead serpents, entirely unharmed and, by some accounts, genuinely delighted with his own accidental toys, laughing and holding the dead snakes up for his parents to admire. Notice what this early scene is quietly setting in place, because it is the very first note of a pattern that will repeat, with steadily rising and eventually unbearable cost across this whole long life. Hera strikes, and Heracles survives, and every survival only deepens her fury, because a threat that cannot be killed outright must, sooner or later, be broken by some other and far crueler means. It is worth remembering this cradle full of strangled serpents when we arrive, many hours from now, at a cradle of an entirely different and far more terrible kind that the same goddess will one day arrange for this same man to fill with his own 2 hands, a boy raised for greatness, and one harsh word that cost a teacher his life. Heracles grew, in the years that followed his infant triumph, into exactly the kind of prodigy his miraculous birth had promised, trained by the finest instructors Thebes and the wider Greek world could offer, taught archery by a renowned marksman named Eurytus, wrestling and the arts of combat by other celebrated masters, and, in a lesson that would end far worse than any of the others, music and the playing of the lyre by a teacher named Linus, said in some tellings to be a brother of the great musician Orpheus himself, and a figure of genuine and celebrated skill in his own right. It is hard not to notice briefly where this whole story sits in the wider timeline. This channel's own back catalogue has already sketched out across other long nights in this room, because ancient genealogists working backward through the careful king lists and family trees this tradition kept for exactly this purpose, generally placed Heracles' own life a single full generation before the Trojan War, close enough that his own son Tlepolemus, born late in his father's crowded life, is remembered by Homer as having led a small contingent of ships to Troy himself, an old man's memory of his own famous father still fresh enough, in that later camp outside Troy's own walls, that other Greek commanders are said to have spoken of Heracles the way a modern audience might speak of a grandfather's own war stories, close enough to be real and specific, distant enough to have already hardened into legend. The lessons with Linus ended badly, and the reason why offers this whole long story its first clear glimpse of a temperament that would go on to shape nearly everything still ahead of it tonight. Linus, frustrated one day by his young pupil's clumsiness at the instrument, or by some small disrespect the boy had shown him, depending on which ancient telling a listener happens to trust, struck Heracles the way any strict instructor of that era might strike an unruly student, an ordinary and entirely survivable blow, and Heracles, already possessed of a strength no child his own age could match, and a temper no one had yet taught him to govern, struck back with the lyre itself, a single blow delivered in blind and unthinking fury rather than any deliberate wish to kill, and the blow landed with such catastrophic and unintended force that it killed his own music teacher on the spot. Notice, because this whole story is going to keep asking us to notice it, exactly what kind of danger this reveals. Not malice, and not cruelty for its own sake, but a strength so far beyond ordinary human proportion that even an unthinking half-second reflex could end a life it had never actually meant to take. Heracles was tried for the killing before the courts of Thebes and acquitted, on the grounds that he had acted in justified response to a teacher's own unwarranted blow rather than in cold or premeditated violence. A verdict that let the boy walk free, but that ought, in hindsight, to have worried everyone around him considerably more than it apparently did. Amphitryon, alarmed nonetheless that his foster son's uncontrolled strength had already cost one innocent man his life, sent Heracles away from the city entirely to be raised instead among the herdsmen and cattle of the surrounding countryside, hoping that hard, honest, physically demanding rural labour might teach the boy some measure of the discipline that formal instruction so evidently could not. It was during that same countryside exile, while Heracles was still a young man of about 18 years, that two very different things happened to him within the same short span of months, and it is worth telling them in their proper order, because the second one matters far more than its brevity in most retellings would suggest. He tracked down and killed the lion of Cithaeron, a genuinely dangerous predator that had been terrorizing the herds of both Amphitryon's household and the neighbouring kingdom of Thespii, armed with nothing but his own hands and a club cut from a wild olive tree, the very first sign in this story's own chronology of the destiny that had been promised for this particular child before he had ever drawn breath. And it was during that same hunting expedition, while he lodged as a guest at the court of King Thespius for the 50 nights it took him to track the animal through the surrounding hills, that a young man not yet fully grown was said, by a small number of later sources willing to tell the story at all, to have sat alone one evening at a fork in a quiet road outside the palace, tired from the day's hunt and turning over, the way any young man on the edge of his own adult life might, the question of what kind of man he actually intended to become. It is worth naming too that the city of Thespiae itself maintained a documented cult devoted to Heracles for centuries after this same lion hunt. Local tradition treating the young hero's 50-night stay as the founding moment of an ongoing relationship between the city and its own most famous guest. One more small, real anchor point on a map that was, at this early stage of the story, still mostly local, still mostly walkable, in a single afternoon's ride from home. Two women approached him there, so unlike each other that later writers who told this same fable could not resist describing them in loving, deliberate detail. The first walked with a natural, unforced grace, wore a plain white robe, and looked at Heracles with a modest and searching honesty, and when she spoke, she offered him nothing easy at all. A life of genuine hardship, of labour undertaken for its own sake, rather than for any guaranteed reward, of enemies made and sacrifices paid, promising him only that the good things worth having in this life, real friendship, real honour, real peace of mind, could never be reached by any road except the long and difficult one, and that she herself was called, plainly and without ornament, virtue. The second wore paint and soft clothing chosen to draw the eye, walked with a studied and inviting sway, and promised Heracles the opposite of every hardship her rival had just described: a life without struggle, every pleasure available the moment he wanted it, and none of the labour usually required to earn it. And she called herself, when Heracles finally asked her name outright, Happiness, though she admitted, when pressed a little further, that the people who actually knew her best more often called her by a plainer and less flattering name, Vice. Consider this quiet roadside scene for a genuine moment, however brief the fable itself runs in the handful of ancient sources that preserve it, because this whole account is going to keep returning to it again and again, at nearly every fork in the long road still ahead of us tonight. Heracles listened to both women in full, weighed one promise of ease against one promise of difficulty honestly earned, and chose, without any oracle compelling him, and without any goddess's persecution yet fully descended upon him, the harder of the two roads, a choice made freely in the quiet of an ordinary evening, long before any lion or Hydra ever forced the same choice on him by circumstance rather than by will. Later writers, particularly the philosopher and soldier Xenophon, who recorded this same fable centuries afterward as something the philosopher Socrates himself was fond of retelling to his own students, treated the story less as literal history than as a kind of moral seed crystal. The entire rest of Heracles' life understood, ever after, as the long and costly unfolding of a single choice made at a single crossroads, before any of the fame had actually arrived. Carry that crossroads with you through tonight's whole long map, because every labour still ahead of us is going to ask, in its own particular way, whether a choice made once, in private, on an ordinary evening, can actually be kept when the cost of keeping it turns out to be very much higher than anyone standing at that quiet fork in the road could ever have honestly predicted. A war won without cost, a princess earned, and a marriage that lasted only long enough to matter. Heracles' return to Thebes, once the line of Cithaeron had been dealt with, brought him almost immediately into a war that would win him both real glory and, before long, a wife, because Thebes at that moment stood under a humiliating tribute to a neighbouring kingdom called Orchomenus, forced by an old and unresolved grievance to pay an annual tax of 100 cattle to a king named Erginus, a burden the city had endured for years without any real hope of ending it by force. Heracles, newly returned and already carrying the reputation his lion-slaying had earned him, led the Theban army against Erginus' own forces and won a decisive tribute-ending victory, a triumph so complete and so welcome to the city that had raised him that the grateful King Creon of Thebes rewarded him with the hand of his own daughter, a young princess named Megara, in marriage. The marriage that followed was, by every account this tradition offers us, a genuinely happy one. And consider that happiness honestly before the story takes it away, because what comes next only carries its full weight once we understand exactly how much was actually lost. Heracles and Megara had, across the several years this tradition allows the marriage to last, either 3 or 8 children together depending on which ancient telling a listener follows, a household the old poets describe with real and unforced warmth, a strong celebrated hero settled at last into the ordinary, treasured business of fatherhood and married life that his own tumultuous childhood had never really given him the chance to know. It is worth remembering too that this happiness cost him nothing at all, no labour, no oracle sentence, no debt still owed to any god. A rare stretch of this whole long story in which the crossroads Heracles had chosen years before seemed for a while to be paying him back in exactly the coin virtue herself had promised. Honest struggle rewarded at last with an honest and unforced peace. It was into this single, genuine patch of happiness, and precisely because it was a genuine patch of happiness, that Hera, who had never once relented in her decades-long campaign against this one particular son of her husband's infidelity, finally delivered the cruelest blow this whole story has to offer, a blow so total that everything Heracles does for the rest of his life has to be understood, in some real sense, as an attempt to answer for it, even though, as we're about to see stated in the plainest possible terms this tradition ever manages, it was never, by any honest measure, his own fault at all. Hera sent down upon Heracles a fit of madness so complete and so violently disorienting that he lost, for its entire duration, the ability to recognize even his own family, seeing before him, in his own home, not his wife and his own beloved children but enemies, threats his battle-trained instincts told him had to be destroyed immediately and without hesitation, and in that state, with no more awareness of his own actions than a man walking through a dream, Heracles killed his own children, and, in most tellings of this unbearable scene, came close to killing Megara herself before the madness finally released its grip on him, leaving him standing amid a wreckage no explanation, divine or otherwise, could ever make survivable to look at honestly. The great Athenian playwright Euripides, staging this exact scene for a live audience in the 5th century before Christ, in a tragedy called simply Heracles, gives us the fullest and most unflinching account of exactly how this madness actually descended, describing a goddess named Lyssa, the very embodiment of frenzy itself, sent down at Hera's own direct command specifically to seize Heracles' mind. Lyssa herself, remarkably, is given a voice in that same play to express her own reluctance at the task, protesting that Heracles has done nothing whatsoever to deserve a punishment this total, and that she takes no pleasure in becoming the instrument of a cruelty this complete, a small and rather startling detail that even the personified spirit of madness itself recognized, within the story's own logic, exactly how unjust this particular assignment actually was, before duty to an angrier and more powerful goddess overrode her own evident sympathy. Euripides stages Lyssa's own actual descent as a visible physical event rather than an off-stage report, sent down at Iris's own side, the goddess of the rainbow acting here as Hera's own errand runner, and gives Lyssa a body an ancient Athenian audience could actually watch cross the stage, snake-wreathed and reluctant, a spectacle of enacted cruelty this account finds worth naming plainly, because it means the 5th century audience watching this play for the first time did not simply hear that Heracles went mad. They watched madness itself, personified and visibly unwilling, walk on stage and do exactly what a far crueler goddess had commanded it to do, a piece of theatre ancient critics recorded as having reduced grown audience members to open weeping in the tiered stone seats of the theatre of Dionysus. Once the madness took hold, Euripides shows Heracles believing in his own frenzied mind that he was travelling to a distant city to kill Eurystheus himself, mistaking his own children, cowering in their own home, for that same enemy's sons, cutting them down one after another with the same bow that would one day bring down monstrous birds at a Martian help, in a different pair of hands and many years later, to finish a war at Troy. while Megara herself in this same version of the story was spared only because Athena intervened directly, striking Heracles unconscious with a well-aimed stone before he could complete the same violence against his own wife that he had already visited on their children. It is worth sitting a moment longer with what became of Megara herself in the long aftermath of this catastrophe, because her own fate is one of the quieter tragedies this tradition tends to let slip past unremarked. Several ancient sources tell us that Heracles, once his sanity returned and the full weight of what his own hands had done settled over him, could no longer bear to remain married to the woman who now stood, for him, as a living witness to the very worst thing he had ever done, and gave her, in a resolution this tradition presents without much comment on how Megara herself might have felt about it, to his own loyal nephew Iolaus in marriage instead. A woman who had lost her own children to her husband's madness quietly reassigned to a new household, as though grief of this size could simply be administratively resolved. Consider, too, the friend who kept Heracles alive long enough to seek out the very oracle that would set him on the road ahead, because Euripides gives that role, in his own version of this story, to Theseus, the young Athenian hero whose own path was going to cross Heracles' a second time many years later, at the very gates of the Underworld itself. Finding Heracles in the wreckage of his own home, his face covered in shame and his mind already turning, by his own admission, toward taking his own life rather than living another day with what he had done, Theseus refused to leave him, arguing that no man should be held guilty for a crime the gods themselves had engineered, and physically drew him back from the edge of that despair, leading him instead toward Athens, and toward the purification that would eventually set him on the road to Delphi. It is worth holding that single act of friendship alongside everything else in tonight's story, because it means Heracles' entire remaining life, every labour and every later triumph the rest of this account still has to walk you through, exists at all only because one loyal friend refused to let him die in the ruins of his own worst hour. It is worth noticing, too, exactly where this story places the blame for what happened, because it is unusually clear and unusually insistent about it, in a tradition that often leaves moral responsibility far murkier than this. This was not a crime born of Heracles' own uncontrolled temper, the way the killing of his music teacher had been, a moment of ordinary human anger escalating past its proper bounds. This was a divine act, engineered deliberately and with genuine premeditated malice by a goddess who had spent Heracles' entire life waiting for exactly the right moment to strike at him through the people he loved most, and the tradition insists again and again across every later retelling that Heracles bears no true moral guilt for what happened in that house, that the hands were his own but the will directing them belonged, in every meaningful sense, to Hera alone. And yet, and this is the almost unbearable paradox this whole story asks us to sit with, the grief was entirely his own to carry. Regardless, because a man's own hands do not stop having done what they did simply because some outside force compelled them, and Heracles would spend, as tonight's whole remaining map is about to show us, the rest of his life trying to answer for a crime that every honest accounting agrees was never truly his to answer for at all. An oracle's sentence, and the name that turned his own tormentor into his own identity. Heracles, in the aftermath of this catastrophe, sought out purification for the killing of kin, a specific and serious category of pollution in ancient Greek religious thought, requiring formal ritual cleansing before a person so stained could be readmitted to ordinary social and religious life, and he travelled, in search of some path forward, out of a grief that threatened, by his own admission in several ancient tellings, to end in his own suicide to the oracle of Apollo at Delphi, this single most authoritative source of divine guidance the Greek world possessed. The oracle's answer, delivered through the Pythia in the riddling, indirect manner these prophecies always favoured, instructed Heracles to travel to the city of Tiryns and place himself in the service of King Eurystheus, that same lesser cousin whose kingship Hera had stolen for him at the very moment of his own birth, and to perform, without complaint or refusal, whatever tasks that king should choose to set him, for a period of 10 years, and it was the oracle in this same pronouncement who first gave Heracles the name by which the rest of history would come to know him, because he had been called, up until this point in his life, by an earlier name, Alcides, after his mortal grandfather Alcaeus, and it was the Pythia's own prophecy that renamed him Heracles, meaning the glory of Hera, a name whose bitter irony the whole ancient audience would have felt immediately, since the very goddess whose name he was now compelled to carry forever was the same goddess who had engineered every catastrophe of his life to that point. Heracles was going to spend the rest of his existence, and the whole of recorded history since, carrying his own tormentor's name stitched permanently into his own identity, a walking, breathing monument to the very goddess who hated him. It is hard not to notice, honestly, that modern linguists have not actually settled this etymology quite as neatly as the ancient tradition itself believed, since some scholars studying the name's own deeper roots argue it may originally have meant something closer to glorious gift or the glory belonging to the earth, rather than a direct possessive naming Hera specifically, a technical dispute this account will not pretend to resolve, but one worth naming honestly, because it means the single most famous irony in this entire story, a persecuted man forced to carry his own tormentor's name for the rest of recorded history, may rest on a folk etymology the Greeks themselves believed with total confidence, rather than on a certainty modern scholarship can fully confirm. It is worth naming honestly that modern classical scholars have long debated exactly how old the connection actually is between the madness this account has just described and the labours that followed it, since a small number of early sources treat the labours as a separate and considerably older heroic tradition in their own right. A young champion sent to clear the world of monsters simply because he alone was strong enough to manage it, only later stitched together by poets working to unify a sprawling and originally disconnected body of stories with a far darker tale of a family destroyed by a goddess's own jealousy. This account has told you tonight the unified version, madness and atonement and labour bound into one continuous chain of cause and consequence, because it is the version nearly every surviving source from the classical period onward actually presents, and the version this whole tradition's own later audience overwhelmingly received. But notice the seam, honestly, where later scholarship believes two once separate stories were joined, because it means even the grief sitting at the very centre of tonight's own long night may once have been, to some far earlier teller this account has no way of actually recovering, a genuinely separate story entirely. It asks something else of him, too, something worth naming honestly before this account moves on to the map itself, because submission to a decade of service under a man who held his position only through Hera's own trickery must have felt to any ordinary sense of justice like an additional and undeserved humiliation piled directly on top of an already unbearable grief. The old sources describe Eurystheus with real and pointed contempt, a king timid and petty, and thoroughly unworthy of commanding a hero of Heracles' own stature, a man who would spend much of the following decade, as we're about to see, cowering in actual physical terror of the very monsters he was sending his unwilling servant to face. And yet Heracles accepted the arrangement without complaint, because the alternative, an unpurified, unatoned crime hanging over him for the rest of his life, was worse than any humiliation Eurystheus could ever devise, and it is worth carrying that acceptance with us into the whole long map still ahead of tonight's story, because it is, in its own harder and far more costly form, the same choice a young man once made quietly at a fork in a country road, before any of this had happened to him at all. The difficult road, chosen again, not because it was easy the second time, but because he had already decided once which kind of man he intended to be. Before we actually set out along the map this whole account promised you at the very start of tonight's story, remember plainly who actually drew it, because a night this long owes its listener at least that much honesty about where the story is really coming from. No single ancient poet ever sat down and composed one unified epic of the 12 labours the way Homer composed the Iliad or the Odyssey, and this account wants to be honest about that from the outset rather than let a smooth telling disguise how patchwork the underlying tradition actually is. The earliest fragments come down to us in scattered lines of archaic Greek poetry, including a short epic once attributed, almost certainly wrongly, to Hesiod, and known as the Shield of Heracles, along with brief, glancing references in the victory odes of the poet Pindar. Composed to honour athletes at games, Heracles himself was said to have founded, and unable to resist weaving the old hero's labours into praise of the living champions Pindar was actually being paid to celebrate. The single, most complete surviving account, the one modern scholars still lean on most heavily to reconstruct the labours in something close to their traditional order, comes from a much later handbook called the Bibliotheca, or library, traditionally attributed to a scholar named Apollodorus, though almost certainly compiled by a later and now anonymous hand drawing together centuries of earlier, largely lost sources into one continuous patient summary. Alongside that prose account, the Athenian tragedians of the 5th century before Christ gave individual episodes their own full dramatic treatment, Euripides staging the madness we have just walked through together, and Sophocles composing an entire tragedy called The Women of Trynceus, built around the very death. This account is going to reach many hours from now, a play that gives Heracles' own second wife a far fuller and far more sympathetic inner life than any brief summary could ever manage. Notice one further source here, because he belongs, more than any other single figure in this whole tradition, to the map this account has already promised to walk with you tonight. The travel writer Pausanias, journeying across Greece with his own 2 feet in the 2nd century after Christ, centuries after these stories were first told, recorded, region by region, the actual physical sites later Greeks still pointed to as the settings of Heracles' own labours, the marsh at Lerna, the cave at Nemean, the stables at Elis, walking, essentially, the very map this account is about to trace, and confirming, through his own patient eyewitness reporting, that these were never treated as purely literary inventions even in his own considerably later era, but as a genuine, walkable geography that ordinary travellers still visited on purpose. It is worth remembering too that the physical record of this whole story is in some ways older than any of its surviving texts, because Greek vase painters were already depicting individual labours on pottery dating back to the 7th century before Christ, generations before Apollodorus or Sophocles or Euripides ever composed a word, and the temple of Zeus at Olympia, raised in the 5th century before Christ at the very sanctuary tradition credited Heracles with founding, was decorated with 12 carved marble panels, called metopas, running the full length of its eastern and western porches, one panel for each labour, so that a visitor to that sacred site in antiquity could walk its perimeter and trace this entire story with nothing but their own eyes, labour by labour, long before any single written account had gathered the whole cycle into the neat numbered sequence this account is about to follow. It is worth remembering too that our own access to several of these written sources hangs on threads considerably thinner than a modern listener might assume, since large stretches of Apollodorus's own Bibliotheca survive today only because of a single medieval manuscript tradition, copied and recopied by hand across many centuries of Byzantine scholarship, any one of those countless individual copyings representing a point where the whole account could easily have been lost entirely, along with a 19th century discovery of an additional fragment, the so-called epitome, found tucked inside an unrelated manuscript in the Vatican Library, and only recognised for what it actually was decades after it had first been catalogued, a reminder that the version of this story modern audiences take for granted survives, in the end, by little more than the accumulated luck of which manuscripts happen to survive fire, flood, war, and simple neglect across 2,500 years of transmission. Notice, too, a considerably more recent lens later readers have applied to this same story, because the 20th century scholar of comparative mythology Joseph Campbell, studying hero narratives across a wide range of unrelated world cultures, argued that stories shaped like this one, a figure called Away from Ordinary Life, tested across a series of trials in a world beyond the familiar, and eventually returned home transformed, recur so consistently across civilizations that had no contact with one another that they must be tapping into something close to a shared structure of the human imagination itself, a pattern Campbell termed the hero's journey, and found, among a great many other examples, almost perfectly embodied in the 12 labours this account is about to walk you through tonight. This account finds that reading worth naming rather than fully endorsing, since Campbell's own theory has drawn real and serious scholarly criticism in the decades since, for flattening genuinely different cultures into a single universal template that may say more about what a comparative mythologist wanted to find than about what each individual culture actually believed. But it is worth noticing, all the same, how readily this particular story, tested against a framework built to describe heroic narratives the whole world over, keeps fitting the shape that framework predicts. Several of those same panels, weathered and broken but still legible after 25 centuries, survive today in the museum at Olympia, and this account is going to return to a number of them by name as tonight's own long map unfolds, because there is something worth sitting with in the fact that the oldest complete visual telling of this entire story was carved deliberately into a building shaped like a house for a god. Picture for a moment, before the first labour properly begins, what an actual night at the edge of this map would have felt like to the ordinary people who lived along it, because this whole story is easiest to feel honestly when it stops being only a sequence of names and becomes, for just a moment, a place a body could actually stand in. A shepherd on the slopes above Nemean, hearing something enormous moving through dry brush just beyond the reach of his own small fire, the particular held stillness of an entire flock gone quiet all at once. The cold mineral smell of standing water at Lernaean, mist sitting low over reeds taller than a grown man's own head, and somewhere underneath that mist a slow, wet, dragging sound no one waiting at the marsh's edge ever wanted to identify too closely. A traveller on the road to Thrace hearing horses screaming in a way horses do not ordinarily scream, and choosing, wisely, to make camp considerably further down the road than he had originally planned. This is the sensory floor this entire map was built on top of, this account would suggest, long before any single hero's name ever attached itself to any single labour. An ordinary landscape made strange by dread that had nowhere else to go, and it is worth carrying that felt, physical unease with you through the rest of tonight's telling, because the 12 labours this account is about to walk you through were never merely a checklist. They were, to the people who first told this story around their own small fires, the exact shape of everything sitting just beyond the reach of the light. A lion whose own hide answered every blade with silence. The first task Eurystheus set for his unwilling servant, and so the first mark on tonight's own map, asked Heracles to travel only a short distance from Eurystheus' own court, to the valley of Nemean in the northeastern Peloponnese, and kill a lion that had been terrorising the countryside for years. A beast that was, every version of this story agrees, no ordinary predator, said by some tellings to be the offspring of monstrous parents from the very oldest and most chaotic generation of divine beings, and possessed in every single account of a hide so impossibly tough that no arrow, no spear, and no sword forged by any mortal smith could so much as break its skin. Heracles discovered this fact the hard way, and it is hard not to notice how the story handles that discovery, because it sets the pattern that is going to define his approach to nearly every labour still ahead of him tonight. He first tried his bow, loosing arrow after arrow at the great lion, only to watch each one bounce harmlessly off its hide, as though he were shooting at solid stone, and it was only after that first, humbling failure that he understood he would need an entirely different strategy, one relying not on any weapon at all but on his own overwhelming strength applied directly, hand to claw, with nothing between them. He tracked the lion to its lair, a cave with 2 separate entrances, and, showing a tactical patience this tradition does not always credit him with, sealed one entrance shut with heavy stone before entering through the other, driving the cornered beast into a confrontation it could not escape by simply fleeing into some other tunnel. And there, in the darkness of that sealed cave, he wrestled the animal with his own bare hands, wrapping his arm around its throat and choking the life out of it. In a contest of pure strength, the old sources say cost him one of his own fingers, bitten off in the beast's final and desperate throes, though even that injury did nothing to loosen his grip until the lion finally went still. Having killed the lion, Heracles faced one more small problem that turned out, in its own modest way, to be nearly as instructive as the killing itself. He wanted the animal's magnificent arrow-proof hide as both a trophy and, more practically, as armour for his own body, but no blade he possessed could cut through skin that no weapon on earth could pierce in the first place. And it was Athena, appearing here for the first time tonight in a role she's going to repeat across this whole cycle of labours, a quiet and steady ally standing in deliberate contrast to Hera's relentless persecution, who suggested he use one of the lion's own claws to skin it, the only edge on earth sharp enough to manage the task. He wore that hide from this labour forward as his own personal armour and his own instantly recognisable emblem, the great tawny pelt draped over his shoulders, and the lion's own head worn like a helmet over his own, an image that became, across the following centuries of Greek and Roman art, the single most identifiable visual signature this hero would ever possess, appearing on vases and coins and statues for 1,000 years afterward, so that a viewer needed no label at all to know, at a single glance, exactly whose story a given image was telling. On the eastern metope of the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, this same scene is carved with Athena standing calmly at Heracles' own shoulder as he presents her the slain lion, a small permanent record cut into marble roughly 1,000 years after the events it depicts were first sung about around a fire, of a labour that opened not merely a decade of servitude but an entire visual language. Later ages would spend 2,500 years still speaking fluently. It is worth naming too that even this very first labour's own origin was never fully settled among the ancient sources, some describing the Nemean lion as another child of the same monstrous household that produced the Hydra and the Chimera, others claiming instead that the moon goddess Selene herself raised the creature and dropped it deliberately to earth, already full grown, as a punishment aimed at humanity for some slight. The surviving sources never quite agree on. A small reminder, this early in tonight's own long map, that even this tradition's own storytellers rarely felt bound to a single tidy account of where any given monster had actually come from. And it is worth remembering too that the Valley of Nemea did not stop mattering to the Greek world once its own lion had been killed, because the local sanctuary there went on to host one of the 4 great Pan-Hellenic athletic festivals, the Nemean Games, held every 2 years, and drawing competitors from across the entire Greek-speaking world, a real and thoroughly documented institution of ancient athletic life that local tradition, exactly as it did at Olympia, credited Heracles himself with founding, in thanksgiving this time for a single valley finally made safe again for ordinary shepherds to walk through, without losing half their own flock to a predator no ordinary spear could touch. Modern excavation of the sanctuary at Nemea, carried out across several decades by American archaeologists working alongside the local Greek authorities, has recovered the actual temple of Zeus that once stood at the heart of these same games, its own columns painstakingly re-erected from fallen drums recovered out of the surrounding soil, along with the athletes' own training grounds, and the stone-lined tunnel competitors walk through on their way into the stadium, a genuinely walkable stretch of ancient ground where a curious modern traveller can, even now, stand more or less exactly where an ancient audience once gathered to honour the very labour this account has just finished telling you, a wound remembered long after the poison itself had dried. It is hard not to notice, too, one further afterlife the Hydra left behind, because the creature's own particular horror, a wound that multiplies the moment you try to strike it down directly, has proven durable enough to survive completely intact into modern political and scientific language. describing today any problem that seems only to multiply and worsen the more directly it's confronted head-on, a corrupt institution, a spreading rumour, an infection resistant to easy treatment, all still occasionally called Hydra-headed by writers who may never once have traced the phrase back to a single marsh near Lerna and a single desperate torch-wielding nephew. Pausanias himself, walking that same stretch of coastline centuries after the labour was first sung about around a fire, records local residents still pointing out the exact spring they believed the Hydra had once called home. A small, muddy patch of ground that ordinary Argive villagers in his own considerably later era apparently still approached with a measure of real and inherited unease. Eurystheus, receiving word that his unwilling servant had returned from Nemean not merely victorious, but wearing the supposedly invulnerable lion's own skin as a trophy, was reportedly so unsettled by the sheer scale of strength this first labour had already demonstrated that he refused, from that point forward, to let Heracles enter the city itself at all, having a great bronze storage jar buried in the ground outside the palace gates for himself, to hide inside whenever his servant returned from a new labour, and ordering that all future instructions be relayed second-hand through a herald rather than delivered face-to-face, a detail this whole tradition treats with real, pointed comedy, because it means the entire remaining decade of these labours was conducted by a king too frightened even to look directly at the very man he had been given divine licence to command, one labour down, on a map that had so far carried Heracles no further than a single valley's ride from his own unwilling master's front door, and 11 marks still left to draw, each one, as we're about to see, pushing that same map a little further from everything familiar. A wound that answered every blow with 2 more mouths. The second labour carried Heracles only a short way further along the map, to the marshes near the town of Lerna, on the eastern coast of the Peloponnese, a genuinely marshy, spring-fed lowland that ancient visitors already associated with an entrance to the Underworld long before this particular labour was ever attached to it. And there, in that half-drowned country, lived a monstrous serpent called the Hydra, whose venom was so potent that even its breath, in several ancient accounts, could kill a man who came too close. Exactly how many heads this creature possessed is worth naming honestly rather than smoothing over, because the ancient sources genuinely cannot agree. Hesiod gives no specific number at all. Later poets and vase painters variously give it as few as 5 or as many as 50. And the number most familiar today, 9 heads, one of them immortal and unkillable by any ordinary means, comes largely from later mythographers trying to reconcile all these earlier and wildly inconsistent accounts into something a single storyteller could actually narrate in order. Heracles did not face this particular labour alone, and consider that fact because it marks one of the very few times across this entire cycle that he accepts real, sustained help from another mortal, bringing along his own nephew, a young man named Iolaus, the son of his twin half-brother Iphicles, to serve as his charioteer and assistant. The battle revealed, almost immediately, the true horror of what made this creature so much more dangerous than the Nemean lion had been. Every time Heracles struck off one of the Hydra's heads with his sword, 2 new heads grew back from the same bleeding stump, so that the very approach that had served him so well against the lion was here making his own situation actively worse with every blow he landed, the monster growing more heads, not fewer. The longer the fight continued, strength alone proving, for the first time in this whole cycle, not merely insufficient but actively counterproductive. It was Iolaus who solved the problem at Heracles' own urging, taking up a burning brand from a nearby fire and searing each fresh stump immediately after Heracles severed a head, cauterizing the wound before it had any chance to sprout a new pair in its place. And it was through this combination of raw strength and quick cooperative improvisation that the 2 of them finally worked their way through every one of the Hydra's mortal heads, leaving only the single immortal head remaining, which Heracles severed and buried, still living and still hissing, beneath an enormous boulder at the roadside, where several ancient travellers who claimed to have visited the spot themselves said it remained, sealed but never quite dead, for as long as the road above it continued to be travelled. Partway through the fight, a giant crab sent by Hera specifically to hinder her husband's son emerged from the swamp and clamped onto his foot, a small, almost comic addition to an already desperate battle, and Heracles simply crushed it underfoot without breaking his own rhythm against the Hydra's heads, a detail worth naming precisely because of how casually it happens in the old sources, a reminder that Hera's hostility toward this particular hero was never a single dramatic gesture so much as a long, grinding, almost petty campaign of interference conducted one small sabotage at a time. Hera, in gratitude for the crab's service even in its failure, placed it among the stars afterward as the constellation Cancer, a small, strange mercy for a creature whose entire contribution to the story amounted to a single failed pinch before being crushed underfoot, and yet one this account finds oddly moving all the same, that even the smallest and least effective soldier in this long private war between a goddess and a hero was still, in the end, remembered somewhere. Consider one further detail from this same labour, because it will matter enormously many hours from now, in a scene neither Heracles nor this account's own listener can yet fully anticipate. Before sealing away the monster's remains, Heracles dipped the tips of his own arrows in the Hydra's poisonous blood, creating from that single practical act a supply of weapons so lethal that even the smallest wound from one of them would prove fatal to nearly anything, mortal or otherwise. Hold on to that detail as tonight's map keeps unfolding, because a weapon created almost as an afterthought at the end of a single labour is going to return, far later in this story, in a form nobody standing beside that swamp could have predicted. Eurystheus, on learning that Heracles had needed his own nephew's assistance to complete this second labour, declared, with the same petty, hair-splitting cowardice that would characterise his relationship with his servant across this entire decade, that the labour did not properly count since Heracles had not defeated the monster entirely by his own unaided effort. A small, spiteful ruling worth naming now, at only the second stop on tonight's own map, because it establishes a pattern of the king simply refusing, whenever it suited him, to credit labours genuinely completed, a pattern that would eventually stretch the supposedly fixed count of 10 labours the oracle had originally set into the 12. This account, like nearly every other modern telling, is following tonight. On the metope from Olympia depicting this same labour, Iolaus stands at Heracles' own side holding the torch that made this whole victory possible, a detail the sculptor chose to include even though the king who commissioned this particular labour would have preferred, given the chance, to erase Iolaus from the story altogether, a hind too swift for any hunter, and a year spent simply running. The third labour asked something of Heracles that neither the lion nor the Hydra had required at all: patience rather than force. Eurystheus, growing wary after 2 labours that had each ended in a dead monster and a triumphant, increasingly formidable servant, set Heracles the task of capturing, alive and entirely unharmed, a sacred deer called the Ceryneian Hind, an animal so swift that no hunter had ever managed to catch it, sacred to the goddess Artemis herself, and adorned in every telling with golden antlers and hooves of bronze, a creature whose capture demanded that Heracles bring it back not as a corpse, but as a living trophy, which meant his usual method of simply overpowering an opponent through direct physical force was, for the first time in this whole cycle, entirely unavailable to him. Heracles pursued that single hind, the old sources tell us, for an entire year, tracking it across mountain and plain and river without ever quite closing the distance enough to catch it outright, a chase that carried him, by some accounts, as far north as the legendary land of the Hyperboreans at the very edge of the world the Greeks imagined lying beyond the north wind, and it was only after this extraordinarily long pursuit, when the exhausted animal finally paused to drink at a river, that he managed either to catch it in a carefully cast net or, in a gentler and more merciful version of the tale, to wound it with a single arrow through the space between its tendon and its bone, precise enough to slow the animal without drawing blood or causing any lasting injury, allowing him to sling it, still living, across his own shoulders and begin the long walk back toward Eurystheus's court. It was on that return journey that Heracles encountered Artemis herself, furious to find one of her own sacred animals being carried off, and notice how he handled this confrontation, because it shows a side of his character this whole tradition does not always emphasize as clearly as it emphasizes his own brute strength. Rather than fighting a goddess he had no wish to offend, he explained honestly that he was acting under compulsion, bound by the oracle's own sentence to serve Eurystheus's commands, and asked her forgiveness, promising to return the hind unharmed once Eurystheus had seen it. And Artemis, satisfied by his honesty and his evident respect, allowed him to continue on his way, a small, quiet episode of diplomacy, succeeding where force could never have worked at all. Worth remembering later tonight, when we come to labours where Heracles' own temper gets the better of exactly this kind of restraint, and worth remembering too alongside the young man once weighing two very different roads at a quiet crossroads, because a year spent doing nothing but running, patiently, after a single animal no other hunter could catch, is very much its own kind of difficult and unglamorous labour, the sort virtue herself, rather than her softer rival, had always promised him he would have to learn to love. A boar driven into snow, and a cave where hospitality turned fatal. The fourth labour sent Heracles after another dangerous animal, a monstrous boar ravaging the region around Mount Erymanthus, and Eurystheus, once again demanding the creature be brought back alive rather than simply killed, set him on a hunt that would prove far more consequential for what happened along the way than for the boar itself, because it was on this same journey that Heracles paid a visit to a wise and gentle centaur named Pholus, an old friend among a race of creatures, half man and half horse, that the wider Greek tradition generally portrayed as violent, lawless, and prone to uncontrollable drunkenness, but that this particular centaur represented in an entirely different and far more civilized light. Pholus welcomed his guest warmly and served him a meal of roasted meat, though he himself, following the customs of his own more disciplined household, ate his own food raw, and when Heracles asked for wine to go with the meal, Pholus hesitated, explaining that the jar of wine in his cave was not his own personal property to share, but belonged communally to every centaur of the surrounding mountains, a shared and sacred resource that etiquette forbade him from opening for a single guest alone. Heracles, never a man inclined to let a technicality of hospitality stand between himself and a good meal, persuaded his host to open the jar anyway, and the powerful aroma of unmixed wine, extraordinarily potent by the standards of the diluted wine ordinary Greeks typically drank, carried out across the mountainside and drew every other centaur in the region down to Pholus's cave in a state of immediate furious outrage at what they took to be a theft of their shared property. What followed was a chaotic, drunken brawl between Heracles and a whole crowd of enraged wine-maddened centaurs, and Heracles, fighting for his own life against overwhelming numbers, drew on the very poisoned arrows he had prepared back at the swamp of Lerna, striking down centaur after centaur with wounds that killed swiftly and irreversibly, given the Hydra's venom still coursing through them. It was in the course of this same chaotic fight that one of those poisoned arrows, fired in the heat of a desperate melee, struck a centaur who had no part whatsoever in the original quarrel, an old, wise, and genuinely revered figure named Chiron, tutor across the generations to many of Greek mythology's greatest heroes, and, unlike nearly every other centaur in this story, immortal by his own divine birth rather than by any special favour. Notice what this single accidental wound actually produced, because it is one of the most quietly tragic outcomes in this entire tradition. A wound from the same poison that had already killed so many, striking a being who could not, by the terms of his own divine nature, actually die from it at all. condemning Chiron instead to an agony with no natural end in sight, so total and so permanent that Chiron himself eventually begged the gods to be allowed to give up his own immortality entirely and simply die. A wish granted, in most tellings, only much later, when the immortality Chiron surrendered was transferred instead to a suffering chained titan. This account will meet again before tonight's map is finished. Pholus himself, Heracles' original and entirely innocent host in all of this, died in the same episode through nothing more than his own simple curiosity, examining one of the poisoned arrows that had already killed one of his own kinsmen and accidentally dropping it on his own foot, dying almost instantly from a wound he had inflicted entirely on himself. Sit with this whole episode a moment longer than most retellings allow, because it is one of the clearest and most uncomfortable illustrations, so early in this particular map, of the exact danger this whole story keeps circling back to. Heracles' own overwhelming power, deployed here in what began as an entirely reasonable act of self-defense against a genuinely threatening mob, spills over almost immediately into consequences far beyond anything the moment actually demanded, killing a gentle friend who had done nothing but offer hospitality, and condemning an immortal teacher to an agony so total that he would one day have to trade away his own immortality simply to escape it. Heracles did, in the end, complete the labour itself in a far gentler fashion, driving the Erymanthian boar into a deep snowbank where its own struggling exhausted it enough for him to bind it in chains and carry it, alive and thoroughly cowed, back to Eurystheus' court, where the terrified king, seeing an enormous living boar actually being carried into his own palace, is said to have leapt into his buried storage jar so quickly and so completely that only his head remained visible above the rim. But the labour's true cost, this tradition insists on making plain, had already been paid several mountains away in the deaths of a wise host and a gentle teacher who had never done Heracles any wrong at all, a debt no oracle would ever formally assign him, but one this account believes belongs on tonight's own ledger all the same. Notice, briefly, why an ordinary jar of wine could set off a tragedy this size in the first place, because the detail depends on a piece of everyday Greek custom a modern listener might easily miss. Ordinary Greeks of this whole tradition's own historical era drank their wine diluted with water, often by a ratio of 2 or 3 parts water to 1 part wine, and treated the drinking of unmixed full-strength wine as something close to a marker of barbarism, a habit associated in the wider Greek imagination with exactly the kind of uncivilized excess this same tradition already assigned to centaurs as a group. The jar Pholus so reluctantly opened was not, in other words, simply strong drink by modern standards, but something closer to what an ordinary Greek listener would have recognised immediately as a genuinely reckless quantity of pure, unmixed intoxication poured out for a crowd of creatures this whole mythology already associated with exactly the kind of self-control neither Pholus nor, as this account has already shown you more than once tonight, Heracles himself always quite reliably possessed. It's worth naming too one further and considerably stranger encounter from these same wandering years, because it shows this tradition was capable of genuine comedy alongside all of its grief. The later writer Philostratus records that after his exhausting fight with the earth-drawing giant Antaeus, Heracles lay down in the sand of the Libyan desert to sleep, and while he slept, an entire army of pygmies, a race of tiny people this tradition placed at the edge of the known world, mistook the sleeping hero for a fallen enemy giant and attacked him in birds of bronze feather and a lesson in noise over force. The 6th labour took Heracles to Lake Stymphalis in the mountains of Arcadia, where a great flock of monstrous birds had taken up residence, creatures the old sources describe as having feathers sharp and hard enough to be loosed like arrows, and a diet that included human flesh. A flock so numerous and so dangerous that it had driven the entire surrounding countryside into abandonment. This labour required Heracles, for the first time in this whole cycle, to solve a problem that neither strength nor patience alone could crack, since the birds nested deep within a marsh, too thick with mud and reeds for any man to wade through safely, and simply firing arrows blindly into that impenetrable cover promised, at best, to kill only a handful of a flock numbering in the thousands? It was Athena, once again appearing as Heracles' quiet and steady ally, who provided the actual solution this time, giving him a pair of bronze castanets forged by the smith god Hephaestus himself, instruments that produced, when struck together, a noise so sudden and so unbearably loud that the birds, panicked into flight by a sound unlike anything they had ever encountered, rose up out of the marsh in one great startled cloud, and it was only once they were airborne and exposed, rather than hidden and protected within the reeds, that Heracles was able to bring down as many of them as he could reach with his own bow, driving the rest to flee the region entirely and never return. Notice how neatly this labour echoes the very first one, the Nemean lion whose invulnerable hide made ordinary weapons useless until cleverness rather than force found the answer, because this whole cycle keeps returning, again and again, to the same essential lesson, that Heracles' extraordinary strength, however necessary it remains for the final blow in nearly every one of these labours, is never actually sufficient on its own, that some other quality, patience, cunning, or in this case simply the willingness to accept a clever tool offered by a wiser ally, has to come first before that strength can be properly applied at all. It is worth remembering the real geography sitting underneath this particular labour, because Lake Stymphalian is not a poet's invention, but an actual still visible body of water in the central Peloponnese, one that has curious habit, well documented by later ancient travellers and still true of the site today, of shrinking to little more than a marsh in dry summers and swelling again with the autumn rains, a seasonal half-vanishing wetland that would have made exactly the kind of thick, impenetrable reed cover. This myth describes an entirely plausible home for a large flock of any genuinely dangerous bird, one more small example of this tradition, rooting even its most fantastical monsters in a landscape any ancient listener could have walked to and recognised for themselves. The Stymphalian metope at Olympia shows Heracles holding several of the dead birds up by their own necks, presenting them to Athena much as he once presented her the slain lion, a small visual rhyme the sculptor almost certainly intended two labours bookending each other across the same temple porch, both solved only once cleverness arrived to do what strength alone could never have finished. Notice too that these same birds reappear briefly in an entirely separate epic this account has already mentioned tonight, because the poet Apollonius of Rhodes, composing his own Argonautica centuries after the labours had already taken their familiar shape, has Jason's own crew encounter a surviving remnant of this same monstrous flock on a small island in the Black Sea, driven off not by any bronze castanets this time, but by the sheer noise of the Argonauts banging their own swords against their own shields, a small, cooperative echo of Heracles' own solution, borrowed by an entirely different hero facing what the poem clearly wants its audience to recognise as the very same danger, scattered survivors of a threat this account has already told you was supposed to have ended for good, a bull too wild for any pen, and an island that would remember it forever. The seventh labour sent Heracles across open water, for the first time on tonight's whole map, to the island of Crete, where King Minos kept a magnificent bull that the sea god Poseidon himself had once sent up from the depths as a sign of favour, expecting Minos to sacrifice the beautiful creature back to him in thanks. Minos, admiring the bull too much to part with it, had instead sacrificed a lesser animal in its place, a small and quiet deception that set in motion, in a story this account is not going to walk through in full tonight, an entire chain of divine punishment involving Minos's own household. By the time Heracles arrived to claim it, the bull, whether through that same lingering divine curse, or simply through its own untamed nature, had grown savage and destructive, ravaging the countryside of Crete, much as the Erymanthian boar had ravaged the mountains of the Peloponnese, and Minos, eager to be rid of the troublesome creature, and glad enough to let this famous foreign hero take the risk of confronting it, gave Heracles his full blessing to capture it and take it away. Heracles wrestled the bull into submission with his own bare hands, exactly as he had once wrestled the Nemean lion and sailed it back across the open sea to the Greek mainland, an image the old sources clearly relish, an enormous, furious, bull-ridden or towed across the water by a single man's own overwhelming strength, and delivered it to Eurystheus, who, following his by now familiar pattern of wanting nothing to do with any creature dangerous enough to have actually challenged his servant, ordered it released rather than kept. It is worth remembering where that released bull eventually wandered, because the detail connects this labour to a story that belongs properly to another night entirely. Freed from captivity, the Cretan bull made its way to the region around Marathon, where it continued terrorising the countryside for years afterward under a new name, the Marathonian bull, until it was finally captured and killed in an entirely separate adventure decades later by the young Athenian hero Theseus, the same friend who once pulled Heracles back from the edge of his own despair after the deaths of his children. Two of the greatest heroes this whole mythology ever produced connected, however loosely, by the same single animal passing from one story into the other. Consider briefly that Menos' own island of Crete carried a religious relationship with bulls considerably older and considerably more central than this single labour alone suggests, because the actual Bronze Age palace complex at Knossos, excavated in the early 20th century, revealed frescoes showing young men and women vaulting directly over the horns and backs of charging bulls in an athletic and evidently sacred practice modern scholars call bull leaping, an image many historians believe may be the genuine half-remembered root not only of this labour but of the wider tangle of Cretan bull mythology surrounding King Menos' own household, an actual Minoan reverence for these animals that later Greek visitors, arriving centuries after that Bronze Age civilization had already collapsed, seem to have half understood and half reinvented into the stories this account has walked you through tonight. Mares that fed on human flesh, and a king undone by his own appetite. The eighth labour brought Heracles north to Thrace, to the court of a king named Diomedes, a son of the war god Ares, who kept a stable of 4 magnificent mares with a singular and horrifying feeding habit. Rather than ordinary grain or grass, these mares had been trained by their own master to eat human flesh, fed a steady diet of any unfortunate travellers or guests who happened to pass through his kingdom. A horror the old sources describe with a bluntness that makes this particular king one of the more genuinely monstrous human figures in this entire cycle, since every other threat Heracles had faced so far on tonight's map was an animal or a beast, acting according to its own nature, while this cruelty belonged entirely to a man who had chosen it deliberately. Heracles' task was simply to capture these man-eating mares and bring them back to Eurystheus, and the confrontation that followed in most tellings ended with a justice this whole tradition clearly savours. Heracles overpowered Diomedes' own guards, and with the help of a young companion named Abderus who accompanied him on this expedition, seized control of the mares themselves, and when Diomedes came in pursuit with an armed force to reclaim his prized and terrible horses, Heracles killed him and fed his own body to the very mares he had spent years feeding on other men's flesh. A poetic justice so neat it borders on the theatrical, and one that had the immediate practical effect of calming the animals considerably, since human flesh fed to them by their own dead master's hands seems, in the story's own peculiar logic, to have broken whatever taste for it they had previously acquired. It is worth naming briefly the fate of young Abderus in this same episode, because most tellings of this story do not let the labour end entirely in triumph. Left in charge of the mares for a moment while Heracles dealt with Diomedes' pursuing soldiers, Abderus was overpowered by the animals and killed, and Heracles, grieving this loss exactly as he had grieved Pholus and Chiron only a few labours earlier, founded a city on the spot in the young man's honour, naming it Abdera after him, a real and historically attested city on the Thracian coast that stood for centuries afterward. One more small, sad reminder that even the labours framed as clean victories in this story rarely arrive without some genuine cost attached, some companion lost along the way as the price of Heracles' own continued survival. Notice, too, that Diomedes' own kingdom in Thrace sat at what the Greeks generally regarded as the rougher, less civilized edge of their own cultural world, a region they associated, fairly or not, with exactly the kind of violent excess this particular king embodied, and it is worth remembering that this same association placed the labour at only a modest remove from home compared to what still lay ahead on tonight's own map, a warning, in its own way, that even lands the Greeks considered close and familiar could still hide a horror this total, long before this whole night's story ever needed to reach for the genuinely distant and foreign edges of the earth to find something worth calling monstrous. A belt freely offered, and a goddess's lie that turned a gift into a killing. The ninth labour asked Heracles to retrieve the war belt of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, a legendary nation of warrior women the Greeks placed somewhere at the eastern edge of the known world, along the shores of the Black Sea, a belt given to Hippolyta by the war god Ares himself as a mark of her authority over her whole fierce and formidable people, wanted, in this telling, for Eurystheus' own daughter, who had heard tales of the Amazon Queen's legendary battle honours and wanted the belt as her own prized possession. Heracles sailed to the land of the Amazons with a company of companions, and what happened next is worth telling carefully, because in nearly every version of this story, the labour very nearly resolved itself without any violence at all, in a way that stands in real, pointed contrast to almost every other confrontation on tonight's map. Hippolyta, meeting Heracles and hearing his request, was genuinely impressed by his reputation and his evident honesty about why he had come, and agreed, freely and without any resistance whatsoever, to simply give him the belt as a gift, understanding that he was acting under a compulsion not of his own choosing and bearing him no ill will for the request itself. It was Hera, watching this whole peaceful exchange unfold and unable, as ever, to bear the sight of one of her husband's mortal children succeeding at anything without cost, who intervened directly, disguising herself as one of the Amazon women and spreading a rumour through the whole camp that the strange foreign visitors intended to kidnap their queen, a lie that spread through the Amazon warriors with exactly the speed and the fury such an accusation was designed to provoke, and the Amazons, believing their queen to be in immediate danger, armed themselves and attacked Heracles' ship without warning. Heracles, seeing what appeared from his own perspective to be a sudden and unprovoked assault by the very people who had just peacefully agreed to his request, and having no way of knowing that a goddess's deliberate lie stood behind it, reacted with exactly the violence his own instincts and training had prepared him for, believing Hippolyta herself had betrayed him, and ordered the attack, and in the chaotic battle that followed, he killed the queen, who had, only moments before, offered him her most treasured possession, freely and in good faith, taking the belt at last not as a gift but as plunder, from a woman he had never actually needed to fight at all. It is worth sitting with this labour a long moment, because it is one of the clearest illustrations across this entire map of exactly how Hera's persecution actually functioned across Heracles' whole life, not merely as a series of monsters thrown directly in his path, which he could face and, given enough strength and cleverness, generally overcome, but as something far more insidious, a goddess willing to manufacture entire false realities, entire fabricated betrayals, specifically engineered to trigger the one flaw in this otherwise nearly invincible hero that she knew, better than anyone, she could always rely on. A temper that answered a perceived threat with immediate, overwhelming and fatally irreversible force before there was ever a chance to learn whether the threat was even real. It is worth remembering too that a young man once chose, freely and without compulsion, the harder road at a quiet crossroads, precisely because it promised him mastery over exactly this kind of impulse, and it is worth noticing, honestly, how often across this whole map that same mastery still slipped through his own hands the moment Hera found the right lie to place in front of him. It is worth remembering too that the Amazons were never purely a poet's invention, in the sense that the historian Herodotus and modern archaeology considerably later both point to something real sitting somewhere underneath the legend, because Herodotus records a whole people he calls the Sauromations, living on the steppes north of the Black Sea, whose own women, by his own account, rode and hunted and fought alongside their men in a manner the wider Greek world found genuinely remarkable enough to write down, and 20th and 21st century excavations of Scythian burial mounds across that same wider region have recovered the skeletons of women buried with bows, arrows and battle wounds, fully consistent with a life spent fighting on horseback, a real and physically documented population of steppe warrior women that this account suspects fed, at some real distance and through more than one retelling, into the wholly mythologized Amazons of this particular labour, cattle at the very edge of the world, and a three-bodied giant who never stood a chance. The 10th labour is where tonight's map finally leaves the ordinary Mediterranean world behind entirely, sending Heracles to the island of Erythea, which the old sources place at the very western rim of everything, near where the Atlantic Ocean was believed to begin, to steal the famous red cattle of a giant named Geryon, a monstrous figure born with 3 separate bodies joined together at the waist, each with its own complete set of limbs, guarded by a 2-headed dog named Orthrus, himself a sibling of the very hound waiting for Heracles at the 12th and final labour, still many hours ahead of us tonight, and by a giant herdsman named Eurytion. The journey there alone produced one of the more memorable and more geographically ambitious episodes in this whole cycle, because Heracles, finding the heat of the journey through the deserts of Libya unbearable, is said to have grown so frustrated with the sun god Helios's own blazing chariot passing overhead that he actually drew his bow and threatened to shoot the sun itself out of the sky, a piece of pure, magnificent hubris that Helios, remarkably, met not with anger, but with genuine admiration for the mortal's sheer audacity, lending Heracles his own great golden cup, the very vessel in which the sun god sailed each night back across the encircling river of ocean to his eastern starting point, so that Heracles could use it as a boat to cross the vast waters separating him from Geryon's island. A strange and rather beautiful image, a mortal hero borrowing the sun's own private ferry to continue a labour that had already carried him further from home than any of the 9 labours before it. Once he reached the island, Heracles dispatched the guard dog Orthrus and the herdsman Eurytion with comparatively little difficulty, a single blow from his own club ending a guardian who had done nothing wrong beyond being assigned, like his more famous brother, to stand watch over something that had never belonged to him in the first place, and it was Geryon himself, alerted to the theft of his cattle, who presented the real challenge of this labour, a 3-bodied giant of such size and strength that an ordinary confrontation might well have overwhelmed even Heracles. It was here that the poisoned arrows first prepared back at the swamp of Lerna proved their worth in a way that went beyond mere convenience, because Heracles, drawing his bow, managed to line up a single shot that passed through all 3 of Geryon's joined bodies at once, killing the giant with 1 arrow where an ordinary weapon might have required 3 separate mortal wounds delivered simultaneously to bring him down. The return journey with the stolen cattle proved nearly as eventful as the labour itself, a long and difficult drive across much of the known world back to Eurystheus' own court, during which Heracles is credited, in various local traditions that grew up around this same journey, with any number of smaller adventures and foundings, including, by later Roman tradition, an encounter in Italy with a fire-breathing local monster named Cacus, who stole some of the cattle and was killed for it near the very hills where Rome would one day stand. A story this account will return to properly a little later tonight, when this whole long night finally turns from myth toward the actual documented history of how later peoples chose to remember this particular hero. It is worth pausing, here at the 10th stop on tonight's own map, on the 2 great promontories flanking the strait Heracles crossed on his way home, the narrow gap between the Mediterranean and the open Atlantic that later tradition credited him with marking, if not actually carving, still called today by essentially the same name antiquity gave it, the Pillars of Heracles, because this account is going to come back to that same stretch of coastline near the very end of tonight's long telling, when the map this hero drew with his own footsteps turns out to have been walked by considerably more than mythology alone. It is worth noticing too exactly what kind of victory this particular labour actually represents, because unlike the Nemean lion or the Hydra, Gerion's death required no cleverness at all, no trick, no allies' assistance, nothing but a single, devastatingly well-aimed arrow, fired by a man who had, by this 10th stop on his own long road, faced enough monsters and enough grief that a three-bodied giant guarding cattle at the edge of the world barely registered, in the old source's own telling, as a genuine test at all. Notice, too, what this labour cost a household that had never once threatened Heracles or anyone he loved. A herdsman doing his job, a dog doing his, and a giant whose only crime, in the story's own accounting, was owning cattle a goddess wanted stolen from him. 3 lives ended in the space of a single afternoon, so that a debt Heracles never actually owed could move one labour closer to its own conclusion. It is worth naming, too, that later Greek and Roman geographers themselves argued at real length over exactly where Erythea and Gerion's own kingdom were actually meant to sit, since no ordinary sailor had ever verified the place firsthand, most eventually settling on some stretch of the far southern coast of Spain, near the Phoenician trading city this account is going to return to properly a little later tonight, a region ancient writers also associated with a real and prosperous local civilization called Tartessos, wealthy enough from its own silver and tin trade that later Greek visitors, encountering its actual documented riches at the western edge of their own known world, may well have folded a genuine trading partner's own remembered wealth directly into the fantastical red cattle and 3-bodied giant this account has just described, golden apples at the world's own edge, and a titan tricked into keeping his own burden. The 11th labour, and Eurystheus' response to it, tells us something important about how this whole cycle of tasks had, by this point, evolved well beyond its original purpose, because Eurystheus, having by now had several of Heracles' completed labours disqualified on various technicalities, real or invented, and finding himself running short of monsters left to send his servant against, set him a task of a different character entirely, to retrieve the golden apples that grew in the garden of the Hesperides, nymphs of the evening said to be daughters of the Titan Atlas, a garden that this whole map has been quietly walking toward all night, sitting at the very outer edge of the world, guarded by a dragon named Ladon coiled permanently around the tree itself. Apples that had been a wedding gift from the earth goddess Gaia to Hera on the occasion of her own marriage to Zeus, which makes this labour, worth naming plainly, a theft carried out directly against the goddess, who had spent Heracles' entire life trying to destroy him. The real difficulty of this labour was not the dragon, formidable as it undoubtedly was, but the simple fact that Heracles, for all his travelling across the known world in the previous 10 labours, did not actually know where this garden was located at all, and the solution he found shows exactly the kind of patient, roundabout cleverness this tradition keeps crediting him with whenever brute strength alone will not serve. He sought out and wrestled information from Nereus, an ancient and shape-shifting sea god who knew the location of every hidden place in the world, but who would only surrender that knowledge to a mortal capable of holding on to him through every transformation he attempted, and Heracles, gripping the god through form after form, serpent and lion and rushing water and licking flame, refused to let go until Nereus finally relented and told him the way. Arriving at last near the garden itself, Heracles encountered Atlas, the Titan condemned to hold up the sky on his own shoulders for all eternity, as punishment for his role in an earlier war between the gods and the older generation of Titans. And it was Atlas, as the actual father of the nymphs who tended this same garden, whom Heracles approached with a proposition, rather than attempting to steal the apples himself past a dragon, whose exact nature and vulnerabilities he had no clear knowledge of. Heracles offered to take on the crushing weight of the sky himself temporarily, if Atlas would use his own paternal authority to simply walk into the garden, deal with the dragon or his own daughters as needed, and fetch the apples personally. A bargain, Atlas, weary beyond imagining after who knows how many centuries of unbroken labour, accepted with something like desperate relief. What followed is one of the most quietly satisfying pieces of trickery in this whole tradition, because Atlas, once free of his burden and holding the golden apples in his own hands, was in no hurry at all to take the sky back onto his shoulders, suggesting instead, with a casualness that must have been almost unbearable for Heracles to hear given what it implied, that he himself would simply carry the apples the rest of the way to Eurystheus, leaving Heracles to hold up the sky in his place forever. Heracles, understanding immediately the trap he'd walked into, responded with a piece of cleverness that matches anything else in this entire cycle, agreeing readily to Atlas's proposal, but asking only for a brief moment to adjust the padding on his own shoulders before the weight was transferred back, since the sky, he explained, was pressing uncomfortably, and he wished to arrange a cushion first, and Atlas, seeing nothing suspicious in so reasonable a request, took the sky back onto his own shoulders for just that one moment, at which point Heracles simply picked up the apples from the ground, where Atlas had set them and walked away, leaving the Titan exactly where he had found him, condemned once again to his own eternal burden, outwitted by the very mortal he had thought to trick in turn. In a second and less commonly told version of this same labour, Heracles skips the negotiation with Atlas entirely and simply kills Ladon outright with an arrow, the dragon dying at his post exactly as he had lived at it, without ever once leaving the tree he had spent centuries wrapped around, a guardian who, unlike nearly every villain on tonight's map, had never once left his own post or attacked anyone unprovoked. Consider too that Nereus himself, the shape-shifting sea god Heracles, had to wrestle for directions, carried an old and rather gentle title among the Greeks, the Old Man of the Sea, and was remembered, unlike nearly every other divine figure forced into a contest with this particular hero, as wise and mild rather than hostile, cooperating in most tellings, the moment his own initial resistance had been honestly worn down, one of the very few beings on this whole map who never actually wished Heracles any harm at all, and simply wanted, reasonably enough, not to be troubled with tedious questions from passing mortals. And it is worth remembering too that ancient geographers were never fully able to agree on where the Garden of the Hesperides itself was actually meant to sit, some placing it near the Atlas Mountains in what is now Morocco, fittingly close to the Titan who lived there, others locating it further east along the coast of Cyrenaica in modern Libya, a disagreement this account finds fitting rather than frustrating, since a garden defined by this whole tradition's own logic as sitting at the very edge of the mapped world was always going to resist being pinned down by any single, confident set of coordinates, a silence the initiated were never permitted to break. It is hard not to notice, too, before this account leaves the Underworld behind for good, exactly how little anyone outside the Eleusinian mysteries themselves is actually able to tell you about what Heracles' own initiation there actually involved, because the rites were protected by a vow of secrecy the ancient Greek world took with genuine and lasting seriousness, a silence maintained so completely across so many centuries of continuous practice that modern scholars, for all their careful study of the surrounding evidence, still cannot say with any real confidence what an initiate actually saw or heard inside the sanctuary walls at Eleusis. This account finds that silence worth naming rather than papering over with false confidence, because it means one of the genuinely pivotal moments in Heracles' own final labour, the ritual preparation that alone made his own safe passage into and back out of the land of the dead possible at all, remains, even after this whole long night of careful telling, one of the very few pieces of this entire story that has simply never been told to anyone outside the ceremony itself, a secret nearly 2,500 years old that has, remarkably, still never actually been broken. It is hard not to notice this single labour a moment longer than most retellings allow, because it marks the furthest outward point tonight's whole map is ever going to reach through ordinary geography alone, a garden standing at the literal edge of the world as the earliest Greeks understood it, past which no road continued and no further coastline was ever drawn. 11 labours in, Heracles has now walked, run, sailed, and wrestled his own way from a valley a short ride from his own unwilling king's front door to the outermost rim of the entire known earth, and there is, after this, only one direction left for the map to grow. Not outward any further at all, but down, into a country that has no geography left to offer anyone, living or dead. A hound with 3 heads, and the very last labour of all. The 12th and final labour, by every ancient account the most difficult and the most dreadful of the entire cycle, sent Heracles down into the underworld itself, to capture and bring back, alive and without any weapon used against him, Cerberus, the monstrous hound who guarded the gates of the dead. Even the number of heads this creature possessed was never fully settled among the ancient sources, Hesiod's own earlier surviving description actually giving Cerberus 50 heads, a number later artists and poets quietly abandoned in favour of the far more manageable 3 that has come down to us today, along with a serpent for a tail, and, in some accounts, serpent heads growing along his back in addition to the ones on his shoulders. Eurystheus set this labour, the old sources suggest, in the genuine hope that it might finally succeed where 9 years of monsters and giants had failed, and simply kill his hated servant once and for all, since no mortal, by any ordinary reckoning, should have been able to walk into the realm of the dead and walk back out again carrying its own guardian on a leash. Before Heracles could even attempt the capture itself, he first had to be properly initiated into the Eleusinian Mysteries, a set of secret religious rites practised at the city of Eleusis near Athens, believed to prepare a living person's soul to enter the realm of the dead and return from it safely. And consider this small requirement, because it means even the strongest man in the entire Greek world could not simply force his own way into the underworld on muscle alone, but needed first the same kind of proper religious preparation any ordinary mortal seeking safe passage through death's own domain would have required. Descending at last through a chasm near Tyneron on the southern tip of the Greek mainland, believed by the wider Greek world to be one of the very few physical openings into the land of the dead that an ordinary traveller could actually stand beside and look down into, Heracles is said to have crossed the river Styx itself with the help of Charon, the grim and ancient ferryman this whole tradition placed at nearly every threshold between the living world and the dead, Charon agreeing to carry a living passenger across water that no living body was ever meant to cross, only out of evident fear of the same overwhelming strength that had already ended so many other guardians on tonight's own map, a fear that cost the ferryman himself, in several later tellings, an entire year's punishment rowing the dead without relief once Hades learned what his own frightened servant had allowed to happen. Heracles found the underworld populated by many figures whose own stories belong to other knights in this room, and it is worth remembering a few of those encounters here, because they show us a side of this hero. This whole tradition does not always emphasise as clearly as it emphasises his own strength. He met the shade of the Gorgon Medusa, and very nearly drew his sword against a mere reflection of a danger already ended, until the god Hermes, accompanying him as a guide, reminded him the dead could no longer truly harm him. More significantly, he encountered the heroes Theseus and Pirithous, trapped and bound to a rock in the underworld as punishment for their own reckless attempt, some time before, to kidnap the goddess Persephone herself from her own husband, and Heracles, in an act of real compassion this tradition takes real care to note, managed to free Theseus from his bonds through sheer strength, tearing him loose from the rock that held him, the same Theseus who had once refused to let Heracles die in the ruins of his own worst hour, a debt of friendship quietly repaid at the very last stop on this whole long map. When he attempted the same rescue for Pirithous, The earth itself shook so violently in protest that Heracles understood he was meant to leave that second man to his own deserved punishment. A small, telling detail about the limits even this hero's own strength was permitted to exceed, a reminder that some doors, this tradition insists, remain closed to force alone, however great that force might be. Reaching Hades and Persephone themselves, rulers of the whole realm of the dead, Heracles asked permission, rather than simply attempting to seize what he had come for by force, to borrow Cerberus for the purpose of his labour, and Hades granted the request on a single condition, that Heracles subdue the great hound using nothing but his own bare hands, no weapon of any kind, and it was under those terms that Heracles wrestled the guardian of the dead into submission, exactly as he had once wrestled the Nemean lion at the very start of this whole cycle, gripping the beast around its middle neck and holding on, through the thrashing and the biting of all three heads, and the venomous serpent that some tellings say grew from the end of its own tail, until Cerberus finally yielded. Heracles carried the great hound bodily up out of the underworld and back into the world of the living, and Eurystheus, seeing the very guardian of the dead itself being marched into his own palace courtyard, is said to have reacted with the single most complete terror of this entire decade, begging Heracles to take the monster away and return it to its proper place at once, and Heracles did exactly that, carrying Cerberus back down to the underworld and releasing him again at his post. Sit, for a moment, with where tonight's whole map has actually finished, because the shape of it is worth seeing all at once before this account moves any further into the years still ahead of Heracles' own long life. A single valley a short ride from home, a marsh not far past it, a mountain, a river, a lake, an island, a coastline to the north, a sea to the east, the very edge of the world to the west, and then, at last, a country with no roads and no coastline, and no way home for anyone who has not already died. 10 years, or by some counts 12, of monsters and giants and grieving losses along the way, brought at last to their appointed end, and a map that has, by its own final labour, run entirely out of world left to draw, a chained titan set free at last. It is worth pausing here, before we follow Heracles into the years of his life that came after the 12 labours were finally finished, to close a thread this story opened long before Heracles himself was ever born. You will recall Prometheus, the titan who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity, and whom Zeus punished by chaining to a remote mountainside where an eagle came, every single day without fail, to tear open his side and devour his liver, which grew back whole again by nightfall, only to be devoured all over again the following day, an agony designed, with real and deliberate cruelty, to never end. Heracles, travelling through that same remote region in the course of his own wide-ranging adventures, came upon the chained titan, and, moved by a suffering that even his own tormented life had never quite matched in sheer duration, killed the eagle with a single arrow, and broke the chains that had held Prometheus bound for so many generations of mortal lifetimes, an act Zeus permitted, remarkably, because enough time had passed, and enough of the original offence had been symbolically answered, that the king of the gods was willing by this point to let his own son perform the actual liberation. It was in the aftermath of this same rescue, in the version of the story many later sources prefer, that Chiron, still suffering his own endless, incurable agony from the poisoned wound Heracles had accidentally inflicted on him so many labours before, was finally permitted to trade his own unwanted immortality to Prometheus in exchange for Prometheus's own mortality, allowing the wise old centaur at last the mercy of an actual death and an end to his suffering, while Prometheus, granted immortality in return, was fully and finally welcomed back among the ranks of the gods he had once defied. Notice the quiet symmetry of that whole exchange. An old wound Heracles caused by accident, healed at last by an act of deliberate mercy performed by the very same hands, a small circle of grief finally closed, and worth remembering the next time this account tells you that a man's own strength, in this story, is never quite as simple a gift as it first appears. It is worth naming too exactly what Prometheus had actually done to earn a punishment this disproportionate in the first place, because the crime itself deserves more than a passing mention before this account moves on. Zeus, in the aftermath of his own war against the Titans, had deliberately withheld fire from the newly created race of mortal humans, wanting them kept small, cold, and dependent. And Prometheus, a Titan himself but one who had sided with the Olympians in that same war and expected better treatment for it, stole a single ember hidden inside a hollow fennel stalk and carried it down to humanity anyway, along with, in several tellings, the arts of medicine, writing, and metalworking that fire alone made possible, an act of open defiance against his own former ally that Zeus punished with a cruelty this account has already described tonight, a chained mountainside and devouring eagle that returned without fail every single day. It is worth noticing the deliberate symmetry this whole tradition seems to have built between these two punished figures. Prometheus chained for giving mortals a gift the gods wanted kept for themselves, and Heracles cursed from birth for being exactly the kind of gift, half mortal and half divine, that Hera never wanted her husband's own infidelity to produce. Two very different kinds of unwanted generosity, both punished by the same offended sense of divine ownership, and both, in the end, answered by the same mortal hand. A war among giants, and the one prophecy only a mortal could satisfy. It is worth remembering, too, an episode this whole tradition treats as by far the largest and most cosmically important thing Heracles ever did. Larger, in its own way, than any single one of the 12 labours, even though popular memory today has mostly let it fade, because it is the one moment in this entire story where Heracles' own strange doubled nature, half god and half mortal, was not merely a personal misfortune inherited from a deceptive night in his mother's bedroom, but the single deciding factor in whether the gods of Olympus themselves would continue to rule the universe at all. Long before Zeus and his fellow Olympians secured their own rule by overthrowing the elder Titans, the Earth goddess Gaia had already produced a second and even more monstrous generation of offspring, the Giants, enormous and nearly unkillable beings, and it had been prophesied, from the very earliest days of the gods' own rule, that these giants could never be killed by the gods alone, no matter how many thunderbolts or tridents were turned against them, but only through the combined effort of a god striking alongside a single mortal hero, a prophecy that made the entire future safety of Olympus depend, in a way none of the Olympians particularly enjoyed admitting, on the existence of exactly the kind of half-mortal offspring that Zeus's own long habit of infidelity had produced. When the giants finally rose up in open war against Olympus, hurling boulders and flaming trees at the gods themselves in a battle the old sources describe on a scale that dwarfs nearly everything else in this whole mythology, it was Heracles, already renowned by that point for his labours, whom the gods summoned to fight alongside them, and it was Heracles' own arrows, and no other weapon in the entire war, that delivered the final fatal blow to giant after giant, whom the gods had already wounded but could not, on their own divine strength alone, finish off, a giant named Alcyoneus among them, who could not even be killed while he stood on the particular stretch of his own native soil that had granted him a strange local invulnerability, until Heracles, on Athena's own advice, dragged him bodily off that ground before finishing him, echoing, in a detail worth noticing, the very same trick he would later use against a wrestler named Antaeus, whose own invulnerability drew from contact with the earth in exactly the same way. Notice what this single episode tells us about everything else in tonight's story, because it means that the very quality that made Heracles' own life so uniquely miserable, a mortal body vulnerable to poison and exhaustion and grief, housing a portion of divine strength that no ordinary human being could match, was also, from the perspective of the gods themselves, the single, indispensable thing standing between an ordered universe and total cosmic catastrophe. Zeus's own careless infidelity, and Hera's own vindictive response to it, had between them produced, without either god fully intending it, the one creature in the entire universe capable of saving that same universe's own ruling order, a strange and rather bitter irony. This tradition never quite resolves into anything so simple as gratitude on Hera's part, since her own persecution of Heracles continued for decades after this war, regardless of how much Olympus itself owed to his participation in it. A brief voyage with the Argonauts, and a young companion lost to a spring. Heracles' life did not consist entirely of labours assigned by Eurystheus, and remember one of the more famous adventures that fell outside that specific decade, because when the hero Jason assembled his own crew of the Argo to sail in search of the Golden Fleece, Heracles was counted by nearly every ancient telling among the volunteers, his reputation by that point so towering that no expedition of this scale could be imagined without him, and he sailed with Jason's crew for a portion of that journey before an episode occurred that removed him from the voyage entirely, in a manner this tradition treats with genuine tenderness rather than any diminishment of his own reputation. Heracles had brought along as his own companion and beloved attendant a young man named Hylas, and when the Argo put in at a shore to take on fresh water, Hylas went alone to a spring to fill a jug and was pulled down into the water and drowned, or in the gentler telling simply spirited away forever, by water nymphs who had fallen instantly in love with his beauty the moment they glimpsed his reflection in their own pool. Heracles, hearing his companion's cry and searching frantically through the surrounding woods calling his name long after any hope of finding him alive had passed, refused to abandon the search, even as the rest of the Argonauts, waiting on favourable winds, made the decision to sail on without him, leaving Heracles behind on that shore, still calling for a boy who was never going to answer, a small, aching episode of loss that this tradition treats with real weight despite its brevity, and one more reminder of how often this hero's own story, whatever its scale of monsters and labours, kept circling back to grief over some single beloved companion lost along the way. A wrestler who drew his strength from the earth, and a king who fed his guests to his own altar. Heracles' travels in the years surrounding his labours brought him into contact with a great many lesser monsters and tyrants beyond the 12 official tasks, and 2 of these encounters are worth naming, because they show this same pattern of cleverness paired with strength that had already served him so well against Atlas and the Stymphalian birds. In Libya, he was challenged by a giant named Antaeus, a son of the earth goddess Gaia herself, who forced every traveller passing through his territory to wrestle him, a contest that had killed every single challenger before Heracles arrived, because Antaeus drew his own strength directly from contact with the earth, growing stronger with every fall rather than weaker, so that throwing him to the ground, the ordinary aim of any wrestling match, only renewed him rather than defeating him. Heracles, recognising the trick after his own first few throws left the giant somehow more formidable rather than less, solved the problem by lifting Antaeus bodily off the ground entirely and crushing him to death in a mid-air embrace, denying him any further contact with the mother who had made him invincible in the first place. It is worth remembering too that later writers placed this same wrestling match near the city of Tingis, on the North African coast facing the strait Heracles had already marked with his own pillars, and credited the enormous burial mound local tradition pointed to there, said to be Antaeus' own grave, as a genuine local landmark later Roman generals, including Sertorius during his own campaigns in the region, were reported to have gone out of their way to visit. One more example of a purely mythical death leaving behind a stretch of ground. Real soldiers, centuries later, still felt was worth their own detour to see. In Egypt, Heracles encountered a king named Busiris, who had been told by an oracle that his land's ongoing famine would only end if he sacrificed a foreign visitor to the gods every single year, a practice he had continued faithfully for 9 years by the time Heracles happened to pass through his kingdom, and Busiris, seeing in this famous foreign hero an especially prestigious offering, had him seized and bound for the altar, only to discover once the ceremony actually began that Heracles could break any bonds placed on him with contemptuous ease, and he killed Busiris and his own priests on the very altar they had prepared for him, ending a decade of ritual murder with a single afternoon of well-deserved violence. Notice too that this same episode became, many centuries later, a favourite subject for Athenian vase painters working in the later black figure style, delighting in depicting Busiris's own priests fleeing in undignified panic, as Heracles, still bound at the wrists in several surviving versions, breaks free and turns the whole intended sacrifice back on the men who arranged it. A scene of reversal and comeuppance. Ancient audiences seem to have found every bit as satisfying to look at as this account suspects. A modern listener finds it satisfying to hear. A household in mourning and a wrestling match with death itself. Notice too one further encounter from these same wandering years, because it is one of the gentlest and most quietly beautiful episodes in this entire tradition, standing out precisely for how little violence it actually requires. Travelling through Thessaly, Heracles came as a guest to the household of a king named Admetus, and found the whole palace shrouded in a grief its own master was trying, out of simple hospitality, to hide from his famous visitor, because Admetus's own wife, Alcestis, had agreed, under a strange bargain the fates themselves had once granted her husband, to die in his place when his own appointed hour of death arrived, and that hour had come only that same day, so that Heracles was being welcomed, feasted, and entertained by a household that had, in fact, just lost its own queen only hours before. A courtesy of hospitality so complete that Admetus refused to let his own grief spoil his guests' welcome. Heracles, learning the truth only after his own feasting was already finished, and mortified that he had been drinking and making merry in a house of fresh mourning, resolved to repay his host's hidden generosity in the only way his own particular gifts allowed, going to the very tomb where Alcestis had just been laid, and waiting there for death himself, called Thanatos in the old sources, to come and claim his usual portion of blood from the funeral offerings. And when Thanatos arrived, Heracles seized him bodily, and wrestled him exactly as he had once wrestled the Nemean lion, and would one day wrestle Cerberus at the gates of the Underworld itself, forcing the god of death to release his claim on Alcestis' own life, and returning her, alive and well, to her astonished husband. A labour Heracles performed for no oracle, and no king's command at all, but simply as a private act of gratitude for one night's undeserved kindness. It is worth holding this small, gentle episode alongside everything else in tonight's story, because it shows us, if only once, a Heracles whose overwhelming strength was turned toward pure, uncompensated generosity rather than toward atonement or survival. Wrestling death itself not because he had to, but simply because he wanted to give something back. Exactly the kind of unglamorous, unrewarded goodness the woman at that quiet crossroads had once promised him would be worth more in the end than anything her softer rival could offer. It is worth naming too that this same episode became, many centuries after Euripides first staged it as a strange half-comic tragedy called simply Alcestis, one of the more frequently revived and reinterpreted plays in the entire surviving Greek dramatic repertoire. Its uneasy mixture of real grief and Heracles' own boisterous wine-drinking comic relief, striking later readers as a genuinely unusual tonal experiment, even by the standards of an author as inventive as Euripides, a play modern directors still return to precisely because it refuses to sit still in either the tragic or the comic register for very long. The same restlessness this whole night's own story keeps showing you in nearly every labour and every loss it touches. A king's broken promise, and a city that burned once before it ever burned for Helen. Notice one further adventure, because it connects Heracles' own story to a war, and a city this channel has already spent long nights with in this room. The sea god Poseidon and the god Apollo, having offended Zeus in some earlier quarrel, were once condemned to serve for a year as mortal labourers under King Laomedon of Troy, and it was during this same service that the two gods, together, raised the famous walls of that city, only for Laomedon, once the year of service ended, to refuse the payment he had promised them. a betrayal of hospitality and contract that the gods punished by sending a sea monster to ravage the Trojan coastline, and demanding, as the only remedy an oracle could offer, that Laomedon's own daughter, a princess named Hesione, be chained to a rock by the shore as a sacrifice to placate the beast. Heracles, passing that coastline on his way back from one of his own labours, found Hesione chained and waiting for a monster that was already approaching, and offered to kill the beast and save her in exchange for a reward of his own, a pair of immortal horses Zeus had once given Laomedon as compensation for an earlier grievance. Laomedon agreed eagerly, and Heracles killed the sea monster and freed Hesione exactly as he had promised, only to find, in a pattern, this whole story keeps returning to with a kind of weary, bitter regularity, that Laomedon, exactly like Augeas before him with his filthy stables, simply refused to honour the bargain once the actual danger had passed. Heracles, unlike his response to Augeas's own broken promise, did not let this particular betrayal go unanswered, returning some years later with an army, sacking the city of Troy in a raid that predates the far more famous war by an entire generation, killing Laomedon himself and placing a young son of his, a boy who would grow up to become King Priam, on the Trojan throne in his father's place, a whole thread of consequence stretching from one broken promise on a beach all the way to the war that would one day burn that same city to the ground for good. A year spent at the loom, dressed in another woman's clothes. It is worth remembering one further episode that later ages, particularly Roman and Renaissance artists, found endlessly fascinating, because it shows Heracles in a condition almost nobody associates with him at all, humbled, feminized, and stripped, for a time, of every trapping of the heroic identity this whole story has spent so long building. The killing itself is worth telling honestly rather than leaving as a passing mention, because it shows this same old pattern resurfacing one final time before the story's own last act. Iphitus was a son of Eurytus, the very archer who had once taught Heracles his own skill with a bow, and, unlike his own father, Iphitus had never lost his admiration for Heracles despite everything his family had suffered at his hands, and when a herd of cattle went missing from Eurytus' own kingdom, under circumstances that pointed wrongly toward Heracles as the thief, it was Iphitus who refused to believe the accusation and travelled to Heracles' own household seeking his help finding the real culprit. Heracles agreed, welcomed Iphitus as a guest, and, at some point during that same visit, either standing together on the high walls of Tiryns, or during a fit that struck without any warning at all, was overcome by another sudden and total loss of his own reason, whether Hera's doing once again, or simply his own long unresolved temper finally finding one target too many, and hurled his own trusting guest from the walls to his death below, a friend's own son killed by the very man that same young man had just travelled a considerable distance to defend. Heracles was condemned by the oracle at Delphi to a fresh period of servitude as punishment, sold, this time, into slavery for a full year to Omphale, queen of Lydia in Asia Minor. Omphale, the old sources tell us, delighted in humbling her famous captive, dressing him in women's clothing and setting him to work at the loom and the spindle alongside her own female attendants, spinning wool and performing the same domestic tasks traditionally reserved for women in that world, while she herself, in a deliberate and pointed reversal that later artists loved to depict, wore his lion's skin and carried his great club. Notice how deliberately this whole episode inverts everything this story has built Heracles up to be across every single labour already walked through tonight. The strongest man in the world reduced, for one full year, to the most conventionally powerless and domestic role his own culture could imagine. A humiliation this tradition treats not as a joke at his expense alone, but as one more genuine debt paid for one more genuine crime. Exactly the same pattern of atonement through service that has run through this entire story since the oracle first sent him to Eurystheus' court so many years before. It is hard not to notice too that this same year at Omphale's court produced its own small crop of additional adventures once Heracles had at least partly resumed his usual habits, between spinning sessions, including in several later tellings the capture of two mischievous forest spirits called the Cercopes, a pair of thieving brothers who made the mistake of trying to rob him while he slept, and who he carried away afterward, slung upside down from a pole across his own shoulders, close enough to his own bare skin, darkened by a lifetime spent outdoors, that the two brothers are said to have spent the whole journey making jokes about their captor's own colouring. Jokes Heracles apparently found funny enough that he let them go unharmed once they reached their destination. One of the very few captives in this entire night's story who took their own way out of a punishment through nothing more than good comic timing. A jealous wife, a dying centaur's revenge, and a shirt soaked in poisoned blood. We come now to the final turn of this whole long story, and it is worth telling it slowly and carefully, because it closes this entire tale with an irony so complete and so deliberately constructed by the tradition that told it, that it deserves the same weight this account gave to the deaths of Heracles' own children so many hours ago. After the events of Omphale's household, Heracles remarried, taking as his second wife a princess named Deianira, whom he had won, in one telling, by wrestling and defeating a river god named Achilles, who could change his own shape at will. The same kind of shape-shifting contest that had once helped him win directions to the garden of the Hesperides from the sea god Nereus. It was on the journey home with his new bride that Heracles encountered a centaur named Nessus, working as a ferryman at a river crossing too dangerous for Deianira to attempt on foot, and Heracles, unable to carry his own wife across the water himself while also managing their baggage, paid Nessus to carry her across on his own back while Heracles swam the river separately. Nessus himself belonged to the same scattered and largely displaced population of centaurs this account has already told you about tonight, driven from their own mountain homes in the aftermath of the drunken brawl that killed Pholus and wounded Chiron so many labours earlier, reduced by the time this final encounter takes place to earning a rough living ferrying travellers across a river too dangerous to ford on foot, a fallen and embittered remnant of a people whose own earlier encounter with Heracles had already cost them dearly. And consider that context now, because it means the malice Nessus carries into this crossing was never entirely personal, but the accumulated resentment of an entire displaced people finally finding, in Heracles' own new and unsuspecting wife, one last chance to answer for everything his kind had already lost to this same hero's own hands. And it was during that crossing that Nessus, alone with Deianira, and out of Heracles' immediate reach, attempted to assault her, and Heracles, reaching the far bank and seeing what was happening, drew his bow and shot the centaur through the chest with one of his own poisoned arrows, the same arrows dipped, so many labours before, in the venomous blood of the Lernaean Hydra. Nessus, dying from a wound no creature could survive, used his own final moments not for any ordinary act of vengeance, but for a piece of calculated, patient cruelty that would not bear its fruit for years, telling Deianira, with his dying breath, a lie dressed up as a gift, that if she gathered a portion of his own blood, now mixed with the Hydra's poison from the arrow that killed him, and kept it safely hidden away, she would possess a potion powerful enough to guarantee her husband's love forever, restoring his affection instantly should it ever begin to wander toward another woman. Deianira, believing this dying gift to be genuine, and having no way of knowing that the very poison already coursing through Nessus' own veins made every word of his promise a calculated act of revenge against the man who had killed him, collected some of the tainted blood and kept it hidden away, waiting for a day she hoped would never actually come. That day arrived years later, and it is worth telling exactly how, because it closes a circle this story opened all the way back in its earliest chapters. You will recall Eurytus, the renowned archer who had once taught the young Heracles the use of the bow, back in the peaceful years before the killing of his own music teacher Linus ever sent him away to be raised among the herdsmen of the countryside. Years later, now a grown man already famous across the whole Greek world for his labours, Heracles returned to that same teacher's court to compete for the hand of Eurytus' own daughter, a princess named Iole, in an archery contest Eurytus himself had announced, promising his daughter's hand to any suitor who could outshoot him with the very weapon he had once taught Heracles to use. Heracles won the contest decisively, besting his own former teacher at the very skill that teacher had given him. But Eurytus, fearing what a repeat of Heracles' own earlier, uncontrolled madness might one day mean for his daughter's safety inside his own household, refused to honour the wager, sending Heracles away without his promised bride, a betrayal that echoes, with real deliberateness, the broken bargains of Augeas and Laomedon already named tonight. Heracles did not forget the insult, and years later, in the same campaign that finally brought Iole into his possession, he returned to Eurytus' city of Oechalia with an army, sacked it, killed Eurytus and his sons, and took Iole captive as the very prize he had originally been promised and denied. And it was this same act, according to several ancient sources, that made his own growing affection for her plain enough that word of it reached Deianira before Heracles himself ever returned home. Deianira, fearing she was about to lose her husband's love entirely to a younger and more celebrated captive, remembered the centaur's dying promise and prepared a shirt for Heracles' return, soaking the fabric in the blood she'd so carefully preserved, believing she was securing his devotion rather than preparing, without any understanding of what she was actually doing, the very instrument of his death. Heracles put on the shirt to perform a sacrifice in thanks for his latest victory, and the poison, warmed and activated by the heat of the sacrificial fire and by his own body's own warmth, began to burn into his skin with an agony beyond anything even this hero's own famously enormous capacity for suffering could withstand. A poison so virulent, drawn originally from a monster whose blood had already proven capable of killing an immortal centaur through nothing more than an accidental scratch, that it fused the fabric of the shirt directly into Heracles' own flesh, and every attempt to tear it free tore his own skin away with it. Heracles, in an agony the old sources describe in language of genuine and unflinching horror, understood, in that same moment, exactly who had made this shirt and exactly why, and forgave her instantly and completely once he learned that she had acted in ignorance rather than malice. A forgiveness that came, unfortunately, only after Deianira herself, upon learning what her own well-meaning gift had actually done to the husband she loved, had already taken her own life in horror and grief at what she had unknowingly caused. Notice the terrible closed circle this final betrayal completes, because it draws together threads this story has been laying since its very earliest hours. The poison that killed Heracles came from the Hydra, the second labour of his own long atonement. The vehicle of its delivery was a centaur, the same race whose earlier encounter had already cost the lives of Pholus and very nearly Chiron. And the hand that unknowingly delivered the fatal blow belonged not to any monster or any god, but to a wife who loved him, acting on the advice of the very creature Heracles himself had killed in her own defence, a poison born from Heracles' own hand, delivered by a wife's own trusting love, closing a loop this tradition seems to have constructed with real, deliberate care. That a man who survived every monster the world could throw at him was finally undone not by any external enemy at all, but by the compounding, decades-long consequences of his own past violence, circling back around to find him at the one moment he had let his guard down entirely. Notice, too, that Sophocles gave Deianira herself a far fuller voice than this brief telling can fully capture, staging her own side of this catastrophe in the women of Trachis, as a story less about a jealous wife than about an anxious, aging woman genuinely terrified of losing the one relationship that had defined her entire adult life, watching a younger and more celebrated captive brought into her own household and reaching, in her own quiet desperation, for the only tool she believed she had left, a charm she had no way of knowing was actually a weapon. Sophocles lets her speak her own doubts aloud before the shirt is ever sent, worrying openly to her own household that the whole plan feels wrong somehow without being able to say exactly why, a foreboding the audience, already knowing Nessus's own true nature, is made to sit with helplessly as she talks herself back into trusting a dying enemy's own dying word. one of the more quietly devastating pieces of dramatic irony this whole tradition ever produced. A pyre on a mountain, and a man who chose his own ending. Understanding that the poison had fused itself permanently into his own body, and that no cure existed anywhere in the mortal world for a wound delivered by the Hydra's own blood, Heracles made a decision this whole tradition treats with genuine and considerable respect, refusing to simply waste away in slow, uncontrolled agony over days or weeks, and instead had himself carried to the summit of Mount Oeta, where he ordered a great funeral pyre built and asked to be laid upon it while he was still living, choosing, in effect, the manner and the moment of his own death, rather than allowing the poison to make that choice for him. No one among his own gathered companions and followers could bring themselves to actually light the fire beneath a man they loved and admired. The wood itself, later tradition specifies, was cut from wild olive and oak, gathered from the very mountainside where the pyre stood, stacked high enough that Heracles, still able to walk despite the agony consuming him, climbed it unassisted and arranged his own great club and his lion's skin beside him, exactly as he had carried them across every mile of tonight's own long map, a man assembling with his own hands the last and strangest labour of his entire life. And it was only a young archer named Philoctetes, or in some tellings Philoctetes' own father Poeas, who finally agreed to strike the flame, and Heracles, in gratitude for a mercy no one else present could bring themselves to grant him, gave the young man his own bow and his own supply of the very poisoned arrows that had, across this whole long story, killed monsters and giants and centaurs and unfaithful kings alike, a bow and arrows that would matter enormously. Decades later, in a war at Troy this account has already told you about at real length on another night, because it was prophesied that Troy could never fall without this same weapon, and Philoctetes himself, or his descendants carrying that same bow, would eventually be summoned to that later war for exactly that reason. It is worth naming, too, that this same act of mercy cost Philoctetes dearly, in a story this account has already told in full on another night in this room, because that same bow, carried onward to Troy, would eventually be accompanied by a wound of Philoctetes' own, a snake bite that festered so badly and smelled so foul that his own fellow Greek soldiers abandoned him on the isolated island of Lemnos rather than continue sailing alongside him, leaving the one man who had shown Heracles a mercy no one else present could manage to spend 10 long years in painful isolation, before that same prophecy about his bow finally forced the Greek army to send an embassy back to fetch him. As the flames rose around him, the old sources tell us, something extraordinary happened. The final long-delayed payment of the promise Zeus had made all those decades before, back at the very moment Heracles' servitude to Eurystheus first began. The mortal portion of Heracles' own nature, inherited from his mother Alcmene, burned away in the fire along with all his ordinary human suffering, while the immortal portion, inherited from his true father Zeus, rose up out of the flames in a chariot and was carried to Olympus itself, where Heracles was welcomed at long last into the full company of the gods, granted the very immortality his own decades of suffering and service had been promised as their ultimate reward from the moment his life first went so catastrophically wrong. Notice what happened next among the gods themselves, because it closes out, in the gentlest and most surprising way this tradition ever manages, the very hostility that had driven every single tragedy of Heracles' entire mortal life. Hera herself, who had pursued this one man with a focused, patient cruelty from the moment of his birth through the death of his own children and every labour and betrayal that followed, is said, in the version of this story later ages found most satisfying, to have finally set aside her ancient grudge once Heracles' mortal nature had burned away entirely, formally adopting him in a strange and rather moving ritual some versions describe as a symbolic rebirth through her own body, and giving him, in marriage, her own daughter Hebe, the goddess of eternal youth. At a wedding feast several later sources describe as attended by the full assembled company of Olympus, every single god this whole tradition has introduced across tonight's long telling, gathered in one hall to welcome the newest and hardest-earned member of their own immortal family, so that the very goddess who had spent an entire mortal lifetime trying to destroy this man ended the story, against every expectation her earlier cruelty might have led an audience to hold, as his own reconciled and welcoming mother-in-law among the gods. Later mythographers, uncomfortable with quite how abrupt this reconciliation actually reads, offered a gentler explanation for the adoption ritual itself, describing Hera as having lain in a bed and drawn Heracles briefly through her own robes in a symbolic reenactment of birth, formally remaking him, through that single ritual gesture, into a son rather than a stepson. She'd spent his entire mortal life trying to destroy, a piece of ceremonial theatre this account finds almost stranger than the persecution it was meant to resolve, a goddess acting out a second, symbolic birth for the same child she had once sent serpents to kill in his own cradle. It is worth sitting with that ending a long moment, because it is genuinely one of the strangest reconciliations in the whole of Greek mythology. A persecution this total and this sustained simply set down, in the end, once its object had finally been transformed beyond the reach of any further harm, and it asks us, in its own quiet way, to consider whether that reconciliation actually redeems everything that came before it, the strangled infancy, the murdered children, the poisoned centaur's revenge delivered through a loving wife's own unknowing hand, or whether some things, once done, remain undone no matter what peace eventually follows them. A question this story, characteristically, does not answer for us directly, leaving it instead for each listener to weigh on their own. One final and much harder crossroads laid quietly at the very end of a night that began with an easier one. Children left behind, and a myth that later kings found extremely useful. Before this account turns to how the wider Greek and Roman worlds actually worshipped Heracles once his own story had reached its end, notice his own children. Because across his many marriages and countless other unions, this tradition records with a bluntness modern audiences sometimes find startling. Heracles fathered a great many sons and daughters known collectively as the Heraclidae, the children of Heracles, and one line of that same descent went on to serve a political purpose in actual documented Greek history, so useful that it is worth setting beside everything this account already knows about how borrowed ancestry can be put to work, legitimizing a ruler centuries after the myth that supplied it was first told. After Heracles' death, Eurystheus, still nursing decades of resentment against the man he had been forced, against every natural order of birthright, to command for a full 10 years, turned his fear and his hatred against Heracles' own surviving children instead, driving them out of the Peloponnese and pursuing them from city to city until they found refuge, at last in Athens, where the Athenians, in a war this tradition treats as one of the more genuinely heroic moments in their own city's mythic history, fought and defeated Eurystheus' own forces and killed him, finally ending, one full generation after Heracles' own death, the very persecution that had shaped his entire life. Notice too what became of the one companion who walked more of tonight's own map alongside Heracles than any other single figure, because Iolaus' own story does not simply end the moment his uncle's labours were finished. Later tradition tells us that Iolaus, grown old by the time this final battle against Eurystheus' forces arrived, prayed to be granted one single day of his own former youth back again, in order to fight alongside his cousins himself, and that Hebe, the very goddess of youth Heracles, would go on to marry among the gods, granted that prayer out of love for the whole family Heracles had left behind, restoring Iolaus to the full strength of his own younger years for exactly as long as the battle required. A small, tender footnote worth naming, that the nephew who once held a torch steady against a monster that grew 2 heads for every one removed, was given, at the very end of his own long life, one more chance to stand beside his family when it mattered most. Heracles' own eldest son by Deianira, a young man named Hyllus, and his descendants after him spent years in exile trying, and repeatedly failing, to reclaim by force the very Peloponnesian kingdoms that ought, by every rule of hereditary right this tradition takes seriously, to have belonged to their own father's bloodline in the first place, since Heracles himself, remember, had been cheated of his own rightful inheritance before he was even born. Consider too the particular grief this same period cost Heracles' own mortal grandfather's line, because Hylas' own sister Macaria, according to a later tragedy attributed in antiquity to Euripides, voluntarily offered herself as a sacrifice to secure Athens' own victory over Eurystheus, after an oracle declared that only the willing death of one of Heracles' own daughters could guarantee the city's success, a young woman choosing, in her own smaller and less celebrated way, exactly the same hard road her own father had once chosen at a quiet crossroads long before she was ever born, a choice this tradition remembers when it remembers her at all, with real and genuine tenderness. This particular thread of the myth stopped being merely a story at some point, and became, instead, a piece of genuine and consequential political propaganda. Sometime around the 12th century before Christ, by the traditional Greek reckoning, though the actual historical process almost certainly unfolded far more gradually and far less dramatically than any single myth could capture, a wave of Greek-speaking peoples calling themselves Dorians moved into, and eventually came to dominate much of the Peloponnese, including the powerful city of Sparta itself, displacing or absorbing the populations that had lived there before, and the Dorian kings who emerged from that upheaval, needing some claim more dignified than simple conquest to justify their own new authority over lands they had not originally held, seized on exactly the story this account has just finished telling, declaring themselves the literal, returned descendants of Hylas and the other exiled children of Heracles, finally reclaiming, after so many generations of wandering and injustice, the very kingdoms that had always belonged to their own ancestor by right. This event, which the Greeks themselves called the return of the Heraclidi, functioned for Spartan and other Dorian royal houses across the whole of the following classical period as a myth of ancient, divinely sanctioned entitlement, laid retroactively over what modern historians generally understand to have been a far messier and far less glamorous process of migration, conquest, and gradual cultural change. And it is worth noticing how readily this ancient world reached for exactly the same narrative tool whenever a new ruling power needed to explain why its own authority over a given stretch of land was not merely seized, but somehow owed to it all along. Heracles himself, a hero whose entire mortal life had been defined by being cheated out of a birthright that was rightfully his, ended up serving, for centuries after his own death, as the mythic guarantee of birthright for an entire ruling class of later kings who traced their own claim to power through exactly the injustice that had once made his own life so miserable in the first place. A hero worshipped as something more than a hero. It is worth pausing, before this account traces the whole long afterlife of Heracles' own story, to notice something genuinely unusual about how the actual living Greek world treated him once his myth had taken its final shape, because he occupied a religious position that almost no other figure in the entire Greek pantheon quite matched. Most of the great mythic heroes this channel has spent long nights with in this room received at most the kind of respectful hero cult any exceptional mortal might earn after death, local shrines and annual offerings at a tomb believed to hold their bones, a dignified but fundamentally limited form of religious memory. Heracles alone, among all of them, was worshipped, across the actual historical Greek world, in two entirely separate and technically contradictory ways at once, as a hero in the ordinary sense at some shrines, honoured with the nighttime rites and blood offerings appropriate to the dead, and as a full god in the fullest Olympian sense at others, honoured with daytime sacrifices and altars of the kind normally reserved for Zeus or Athena or Apollo themselves, a doubled religious status ancient writers themselves noticed and puzzled over, some arguing that two entirely different figures, an early mortal hero and a later divine one, had simply become confused and merged together over the centuries, and others accepting the doubled worship as an accurate reflection of exactly the doubled nature this whole story had given him from the very moment of his conception, half mortal, and half divine, even in the manner the wider Greek world chose to honour him. That widespread worship left real, physical traces across the Greek and later Roman world that a curious traveller in antiquity could actually go and visit, and remember a few of them, because this tradition, exactly like the map it walked with tonight's own listener, was never content to let its heroes live only in the pages of poetry. The great sanctuary of Olympia, home to the Olympic Games that still bear its name today, was said, by strong and persistent local tradition, to have been founded by Heracles himself in thanksgiving after completing his labour against the Augean stables, credited with measuring out the original length of the stadium track, using his own 600 footsteps and with planting the very olive trees whose branches would, for centuries afterward, crown the game's victorious athletes, so that every 4 years, when the ancient Greek world set aside its wars to gather at Olympia, it was gathering, according to its own founding legend, at a site this exhausted, wandering hero had established with his own 2 feet, on the same stretch of ground where the 12 carved metopes this account has already described tonight still stood watching over the temple's own porches. Further west, at the very edge of the Mediterranean where a narrow strait separates Europe from Africa, the twin promontories flanking the entrance to the Atlantic Ocean, one on the Spanish side and one on the African, came to be known throughout antiquity as the Pillars of Hercules, a name tradition connected directly to the 10th labour. This account already walked you through tonight, the long journey to steal the cattle of Geryon at the very western edge of the known world, with different ancient sources offering different explanations for exactly how the pillars came to be, some claiming Heracles had originally found the strait narrower and had personally widened it to create a passage between the Mediterranean and the outer ocean. Others claiming he had instead narrowed an originally wider gap to keep the monsters of the outer ocean from wandering in, but every version agreeing that this single, world-famous stretch of geography, still marked on maps today and still called by that same ancient name in casual speech, owed its identity entirely to this one hero's own farthest labour, the literal final punctuation mark on the map this whole night has been drawing. It is hard not to notice that same stretch of coastline a little longer, because it connects this story to a piece of much later, thoroughly documented history this channel finds genuinely irresistible. On the far side of those pillars, on the Atlantic coast of what is now southern Spain, Phoenician traders founded, sometime in the very deep past, a city called Gadir, known to later ages as Gades, and to us today as Cadiz, and they built there, on a small island just offshore, a magnificent temple to their own god, Melkart, a Phoenician deity of the sea and of long-distance trade whose own attributes, protector of sailors, patron of colonization, a god who was said to die and be reborn each year, overlapped closely enough with the Greek Heracles that Greek and later Roman visitors to that same temple simply identified the 2 figures as one and the same god wearing 2 different names, an identification so thoroughly accepted across the ancient Mediterranean that Melkart's own great temple at Gades came to be regarded by Greek and Roman writers alike as Heracles' own westernmost shrine, the literal edge of the god's own influence at the very edge of the known world his own 10th labour had once carried him to. Many modern scholars studying the deep prehistory of this whole myth suspect that this identification was not a coincidence, invented after the fact, but something closer to the actual seed the Greek story grew from in the first place, since Greek traders and colonists making contact with Phoenician sailors across the eastern Mediterranean, centuries before Homer or Hesiod ever wrote a word down, would have encountered this same Melkart, a far-travelling, monster-fighting, sea-crossing divine hero, and may well have folded elements of his own worship directly into the figure who eventually became their own Heracles, a debt some ancient writers even noticed themselves, with the historian Herodotus reporting, after his own travels to Egypt, that priests there told him of a Heracles worshipped in their own country, for many thousands of years before the Greek version of the same figure was ever born, a claim Herodotus himself found puzzling enough to record without quite knowing what to make of it. It is worth naming too that an entire epic poem devoted solely to Heracles' own life, called simply the Heraclea, and composed by a poet named Panyasis in the 5th century before Christ, once existed as a complete and celebrated work in its own right, praised by ancient critics as one of the finest epics composed since Homer's own era, before it was lost entirely somewhere across the long centuries of manuscript transmission this account has already described tonight, surviving today only in scattered quotations preserved by later authors who happen to cite a line or two of it in their own separate works. A reminder that the version of this story modern audiences have access to is not simply everything the ancient world once possessed, but only the fraction of it that luck, rather than any deliberate act of preservation, happened to let through. Notice too one further and far later echo of this same temple at Gades, because it reaches all the way into a story this channel has already told at length on another night in this room. It was at that same shrine to Melkart Heracles, standing on its small island off the coast of Roman Spain, that a young Carthaginian general is said by more than one ancient historian to have sworn a solemn oath of eternal enmity against Rome before setting out on the campaign that would carry him across the Alps with his elephants and very nearly end Rome's own existence before it had properly begun. A general named Hannibal, whose whole war against Rome was already prophesied, in a much later Roman poem, as the destined vengeance of a woman's own broken heart. Notice that small, strange coincidence of geography, the same stretch of coastline marking both the westernmost reach of Heracles' own ancient labours and the starting point of an entirely separate war summoned into being by an entirely separate curse. Two different mythic traditions converging, almost by accident, on the exact same temple standing at the exact same edge of the known world. A far older king who wept for the very same reasons. It is hard not to notice, before this account leaves the ancient Near East entirely, to set Heracles' whole story beside an even older one, because the parallels are close enough and old enough that they are worth naming here directly. Gilgamesh, the legendary king of the Mesopotamian city of Uruk, whose own story was already being written down on clay tablets more than 1,000 years before Homer's own poems took their final shape, is, by any honest comparison, the oldest surviving ancestor of exactly the kind of hero Heracles would eventually become, a man of superhuman strength who wrestles a monstrous guardian, the forest demon Humbaba, in a contest that reads, across 4,000 years of distance, remarkably like Heracles' own wrestling matches with the Nemean lion or the giant Antaeus, a hero who travels to the very edge of the known world seeking answers no ordinary mortal could reach, and a man whose entire later life is reshaped, permanently and unbearably, by grief for a beloved companion, Enkidu, whose death Gilgamesh cannot accept, and whose loss sends him wandering to the edges of the earth in search of an immortality he will, in the end, never actually secure for himself. Notice how closely that shape echoes Heracles' own life, a hero undone not by any monster's claws but by grief for the people he loved, driven, in Gilgamesh's case, to seek out an actual aging survivor of the world's great flood who might tell him the secret of eternal life, and finding in the end that the secret, once nearly won, slips away from him through nothing more than his own human carelessness, a serpent stealing the plant of immortality while Gilgamesh bathes, exhausted, in a pool along his own road home, leaving him to return to his own city having learned only that mortality cannot in the end actually be outrun, a lesson that stands in real and pointed contrast to Heracles' own eventual fate, since Heracles, unlike Gilgamesh, does finally win the immortality that eluded his own far older Mesopotamian predecessor, rising from his funeral pyre into the full company of the gods rather than returning, empty-handed and mortal, to rule out his own remaining years as a merely human king. This account does not claim that Homer's own tradition, or the wider Greek storytellers who eventually shaped Heracles into the figure this whole night has spent so long following, ever read a Mesopotamian clay tablet directly, since the actual channels of transmission across so many centuries and so many intervening cultures remain far too uncertain for any confident claim of direct borrowing to be made responsibly. but the deep patterned similarity between these two heroes, born in civilizations separated by well over 1,000 years and an entire sea, tells us something worth sitting with regardless, that the shape of this particular story was not a Greek invention at all, but one of the oldest and most persistently recurring shapes the human imagination has ever built a hero out of. Linguists studying the deep common ancestry of the Indo-European language family, the enormous group of related tongues that includes Greek alongside Sanskrit, Norse, and a great many others, have noticed a strikingly similar figure recurring across nearly every branch of that same family tree. A thunder-wielding or club-wielding hero who does battle with an enormous serpent or dragon and wins. The Vedic god Indra striking down the serpent Vritra to release the world's own trapped waters. The Norse god Thor swinging his own hammer against the world-encircling serpent Jormungandr, and Heracles himself standing over the Hydra's own severed heads in a swamp near Lerna. 3 separate cultures, separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, apparently all inheriting some far older common ancestral story about a strong hero and a monstrous serpent that each culture then reshaped, gradually and independently, into its own local and fully developed myth. And it is worth noting too how this same religious devotion followed Greek culture directly into the world of actual documented political power. Because Alexander the Great, whose conquests reshaped the entire ancient world within a single decade, traced his own family's royal lineage, through the ancient kings of Macedon, directly back to Heracles himself, a claim of descent his own dynasty had maintained for generations before Alexander's birth, and that Alexander himself took with evident seriousness, minting coins throughout his own reign that showed, on one face, the god-hero's own unmistakable lion-skin headdress, and visiting, according to several ancient historians, shrines and sites associated with Heracles' own legendary travels as he pushed his armies eastward, understanding his own unprecedented conquest of most of the known world, at least in part, as a kind of continuation of the labours his own claimed ancestor had once performed at the very edges of that same world centuries before. One more map, drawn this time in actual armies rather than in myth, laid quietly over the outline Heracles had walked first. Both hands held open at once. Before this account follows Heracles' own image any further through the centuries that came after him, consider to do something this channel tries to do honestly, with every figure it spends a long night on, holding both hands open at the same time rather than letting one version of this man quietly cancel out the other. In one hand sits everything tonight's story has already spent so many hours defending, a man who did not choose his own birth, did not choose the madness that took his children, did not choose a decade of service to a lesser king, and who, across every single one of the 12 labours this account has walked with you tonight, kept choosing the harder road at every fork where an easier one was genuinely available to him, sparing Artemis's own sacred hind rather than simply killing it for convenience, tricking Atlas rather than fighting his own way past a dragon he had no quarrel with, wrestling death itself for no reward at all beyond one grieving household's own relief. In the other hand, though, sits a harder and more honest accounting, because this whole story never once pretends that Heracles' own violence was always aimed only at monsters who deserved it. The killing of Linus was not Hera's doing at all, but his own unmanaged temper answering a teacher's ordinary correction with a force no ordinary correction should ever provoke. The sack of Achalia, which delivered Iole into his household and through her delivered the poisoned shirt that finally killed him, was not a labour assigned by any oracle or any jealous goddess, but a grown man's own choice to answer a father's understandable caution, refusing to hand a daughter to a hero with a documented history of killing his own family in a fit of madness, with an entire city burned and a whole royal line put to the sword. The Amazons who died at the mouth of Heracles' own ship, believing in good faith that their queen was under attack, died because of Hera's lie, certainly, but they died on the receiving end of a sword Heracles himself chose to draw the instant he believed himself threatened, without pausing, even once, to ask whether the threat in front of him was actually real. This account is not going to pretend these were all Hera's fault simply because so many of this story's other catastrophes genuinely were, because a story built around defending a wrongly persecuted man does this man no honest service, if it quietly erases the moments where his own hand, guided by nothing but his own unexamined temper, did exactly the kind of damage this whole night keeps insisting was never really his to answer for. Hold both of those hands open together then, as tonight's story moves towards its own final hours, because the honest truth this whole account has been circling since the very first crossroads at the edge of a quiet road is that Heracles' life was never a simple morality tale in either direction, neither a blameless victim ground down entirely by forces outside his own control, nor a brute whose violence happened, conveniently, to land mostly on monsters. He was, this account would argue, something closer to what any of us actually are underneath whatever single story other people eventually tell about our own lives. A man who made one enormous, genuine choice at a quiet crossroads and then spent decades keeping it, imperfectly, at real cost, against a persecution he never deserved, and occasionally in spite of a temper he never fully mastered. Both of those truths sitting side by side in the very same body, exactly the way this whole night's map has already shown you a monster and its own grieving mother sitting side by side in the very same cave. Ordinary voices and the dead nobody counted. Before this account moves on to how later ages actually worshipped this man, it is worth pausing on the people this whole grand map of labours mostly leaves in the margins, because a night this long owes them at least a moment of its own attention. Every field the Nemean lion once hunted belonged to some farmer whose name no source ever recorded, a man who almost certainly lost livestock, and quite possibly a son or a brother sent out to guard the herd overnight, in the years before Heracles ever arrived to end the threat officially. The countryside around Stymphalian that this account described as driven into abandonment by a flock of man-eating birds was not an empty stage set waiting for a hero's own entrance, but a scatter of small villages whose own residents packed up whatever they could carry and walked away from farms their own families may have worked for generations, an evacuation this tradition mentions in a single passing clause and then simply moves past. The way so many disaster stories this channel has told across other long nights move past the ordinary people who paid the actual price for a catastrophe some god or monster's arrival gets all the narrative credit for causing. Nobody counted the travellers Diomedes' mares consumed in the years before Heracles finally ended that particular horror, and nobody counted, either, the guests and foreign visitors fed one by one to Busiris's altar across 9 consecutive years of an Egyptian famine, each of them a name some family somewhere spent the rest of their own lives waiting to hear news of, news that, in nearly every case, this tradition simply never bothered to record at all. It is worth sitting with that absence, honestly, because it means the 12 labours this account has walked you through tonight in such careful, loving detail were never, in the world the Greeks who first told this story actually inhabited, purely abstract contests between a hero and a monster. They were, first and always, the ending of a body count that had already been accumulating, silently and mostly off the page, for years before any hero arrived to make it stop, and the fact that this tradition remembers Heracles by name, and remembers almost none of the ordinary dead who made his own labours necessary in the first place, is not a flaw unique to this one story, but a pattern this channel has learned, across many other long nights in this room, to notice and to name every single time it recurs. A sage rather than a strong man, and a philosopher's favourite argument. It is worth returning now, before this account traces Heracles' image through Rome and beyond, to the young man this whole night first met sitting quietly at a fork in a country road, because that crossroads did not stay confined to the single fable Prodicus first told about it. The philosopher Xenophon, a student of Socrates writing in the 4th century before Christ, preserved that same fable at real length in a work called the Memorabilia, presenting it explicitly as one of Socrates' own favourite stories to tell young men uncertain about the shape of their future, and it is worth noticing what Socrates apparently valued in it, because he was not, by any account, a man especially interested in lion skins or club-wielding strength for its own sake. What the philosophical tradition that grew up around this fable actually prized in Heracles was not his muscle at all, but the deliberate reasoned quality of a single choice made in private, with no one watching and no reward yet promised, and the entire rest of his life read, by these same philosophers, as a long demonstration that the choice, once made honestly, tends to keep asking to be made again under conditions considerably less comfortable than the first time. The Cynic philosophers who followed a generation or two after Socrates, particularly a thinker named Antisthenes who had studied directly under him, went further still, adopting Heracles outright as their own school's patron figure and central moral example, a strong man recast entirely as a philosopher of action rather than of words, a man whose real labours in this reading were never the lion or the Hydra at all, but his own appetites, his own comfort, his own fear, each labour functioning as a kind of parable for the discipline required to want less, fear less, and need less from a world that owed a person nothing. The later Stoic tradition, inheriting a great deal of Cynic thought and reshaping it into the more systematic philosophy that would eventually spread across the entire Roman world, kept Heracles in this same role for centuries afterward, and the philosopher Epictetus, teaching in the 1st century after Christ to an audience that included Roman senators and freed slaves alike, held Heracles up directly as proof that a person's own true freedom has nothing to do with circumstance, and everything to do with how a mind meets whatever circumstance it happens to be given, arguing that Heracles would not be Heracles at all without a Nemean lion, or a Hydra, or an unjust king standing in his way. That the very obstacles this whole night has walked you through in such patient detail were not interruptions to his greatness, but the actual raw material greatness is made from in the first place. Notice how differently this whole philosophical tradition reads the exact same 12 labours this account has just spent so many hours narrating. Because where the popular imagination, then just as much as now, wanted a strong man defeating monsters for the simple pleasure of watching strength triumph, an entire serious tradition of ancient philosophy looked at the same sequence of events and saw something closer to a sustained argument about what freedom actually costs, a debt that the woman calling herself Virtue, standing quietly at that first crossroads outside Thespius's own palace, had been perfectly honest about from the very start. It is worth carrying that reading with you into the very end of tonight's own story, because the pyre on Mount Weta that this account has already described is not, in this philosophical light, merely a hero's reward for finishing his labours. It is the last and hardest labour of all, choosing, with full and clear-eyed awareness, an ending that no circumstance had forced on him, the same free and deliberate choice that began this whole long life, closing the circle exactly where it started. 12 labours and 12 signs, a later age's own tidy afterthought. It is worth remembering, briefly and with real honesty, about how late and how loosely attested this particular tradition actually is. One further reading later antiquity layered onto the same 12 labours, because it shows how thoroughly this story kept absorbing new meanings long after its own original tellers had died. Writers working in the Hellenistic and Roman periods, drawn to numerical patterns the way this whole ancient world so often was, noticed that the labours numbered 12, precisely matching the 12 signs of the zodiac that same era's astrologers had begun mapping onto the yearly progress of the sun, and began proposing with varying degrees of seriousness, and no real consensus that survives to us today, correspondences between one and the other. The Stymphalian lion standing in for Leo, the Cretan bull for Taurus, the crab that once pinched Heracles' foot during the fight with the Hydra, offered as an explanation for Cancer twice over, first as the creature's own actual placement among the stars this account already described earlier tonight, and second as a symbolic echo of the whole zodiacal scheme some later writer wanted to construct. This account wants to be honest, that no single ancient authority ever settled this correspondence into one agreed and authoritative list, that different late writers propose different and often contradictory pairings, and that modern scholars generally treat the whole scheme as a clever, retrospective pattern hunting exercise rather than any part of the labour's own original design. But notice anyway, because it tells us something true about how badly later antiquity wanted this particular story to mean more than it already did. 12 labours reaching for the same tidy completeness the 12 months of a single turning year already possessed. One more example of an old story absorbing a new shape simply because a new audience needed one. A historian who tried to explain the miracles away and mostly failed. Consider one further and rather different kind of reader this story attracted in antiquity, because it shows that skepticism toward myth is not, whatever a modern listener might assume, purely a modern invention. The historian Diodorus Siculus, writing a vast universal history in the 1st century before Christ, devoted a considerable stretch of his own work to Heracles, and approached the whole cycle of labours with a method scholars today call euhemerism, after an earlier writer named Euhemerus the Patient deliberate attempt to strip the miraculous elements out of a myth and recover whatever plausible historical kernel might be sitting underneath them. Diodorus suggests, at various points in his own retelling, that the Nemean lion's supposedly impenetrable hide was likely just an unusually large and fierce specimen that ordinary weapons of the era genuinely struggled against, that the many-headed Hydra was probably a difficult, many-channeled river delta that seemed to sprout new branches faster than any engineer could dam them, and that Cerberus himself may have originated as nothing more exotic than an unusually dangerous guard animal kept at the mouth of an actual physical cave that later storytelling simply exaggerated into a monster. It is worth naming honestly that this account does not find Diodorus's own rationalising especially persuasive on its own terms, since a river delta does not typically require a nephew with a torch to defeat, and a guard dog, however dangerous, does not usually need 3 separate heads to be worth mentioning at all. But notice his effort anyway, because it tells us something true about how even the ancient world itself, 2,000 years and more before any modern skepticism arrived to ask the same questions, was already unsatisfied with taking these stories purely at face value, already reaching, the same way this whole channel does on so many other long nights in this room, for the harder and more interesting question sitting underneath the miracle. Not simply what happened, but what kind of real, remembered danger a story like this one might have been built to explain in the first place. A mountain lion large enough to terrify an entire valley, a river difficult enough to drown careless travellers by the season, a guard animal loyal and vicious enough that no thief ever tried that particular tomb twice, an adopted god in a borrowed empire. The Romans, when they came to absorb the Greek pantheon into their own religious practice in the centuries that followed, gave Heracles, under his Latinized name Hercules, a place of genuine and lasting prominence in the very heart of their own capital city, and consider exactly how that adoption happened, because it connects directly back to the 10th labour. This account already walked you through tonight. You will recall that Heracles driving the stolen cattle of Geryon back across the known world is said by later Roman tradition to have passed through Italy itself and killed a fire-breathing local monster named Cacus, near the very hills where Rome would eventually stand, and it was in gratitude for that same local rescue that the earliest inhabitants of that site were said to have built the Ara Maxima, the great altar dedicated to Hercules, a shrine that stood, according to Roman tradition, even before the city of Rome itself was formally founded, making Hercules, by Roman reckoning, one of the very first gods ever worshipped on Roman soil, a status the Romans took seriously enough that the altar's own priesthood remained. For centuries of the actual historical republic, a hereditary honour restricted to 2 of Rome's own oldest and most distinguished noble families. Hercules went on, across the centuries of the Roman Republic and Empire that followed, to become one of the most popular and most widely depicted figures in the entire Roman religious world, worshipped under titles like Hercules Invictus, the Unconquered, and Hercules Victor, the Victorious, invoked by soldiers before battle and by ordinary merchants hoping for safe and profitable trade. And it is worth noting that later Roman emperors found in Hercules exactly the kind of useful, borrowed prestige this whole tradition kept offering to whichever ruler needed it most, with the Emperor Commodus, some 2 centuries into the imperial era, going so far as to have himself depicted in official Roman art, wearing Hercules' own lion skin and carrying his club, fighting as a gladiator in the arena under the god's own name, and even renaming the city of Rome itself, for a brief and deeply unpopular period near the end of his own troubled reign, in Hercules' own honour, a piece of imperial self-mythologizing so transparent and so widely resented that it was undone almost immediately after Commodus' own assassination. One more small reminder of how readily this particular hero's borrowed strength could be claimed by rulers who possess considerably less of it themselves, and considerably less, too, of the harder, quieter kind of self-mastery this whole knight's own Crossroads fable was always actually praising. A body carved in marble, and a labour that never really ended. It is worth tracing, before this account finally turns toward its own ending, how thoroughly this story continued to shape the visual and cultural imagination of the West across the many centuries since the Roman world itself came to an end, because very few figures from the whole of ancient mythology have proven quite so durable or quite so visually irresistible to artists working in entirely different ages and entirely different traditions. Ancient sculptors returned to Heracles' own physical form again and again as the single definitive image of ideal human strength, and one particular Roman marble copy of an earlier Greek original by the sculptor Lysippos, a colossal, exhausted figure leaning on his own club after completing his labours, discovered buried in the ruins of a Roman bath complex in the 16th century, and known ever since as the Farnese Hercules, became, almost immediately upon its rediscovery, one of the single most studied and most copied sculptures in the entire history of Western art, an image Renaissance and later academic painters and sculptors treated as something close to a required course of study, a whole tradition of anatomical drawing built, in no small part, around the effort to understand and reproduce exactly how this one particular imagined body was constructed, a body the original bronze had shown, tellingly, not mid-battle at all but resting, weary, the weight of an entire decade's labour finally visible in a single slumped and exhausted set of shoulders. Roman stonecutters of the 2nd and 3rd centuries after Christ, meanwhile, found in the full sequence of 12 labours a subject perfectly suited to an entirely different and considerably more solemn purpose, carving the complete cycle in continuous relief around the sides of marble sarcophagi commissioned by wealthy families for their own dead, a hero who had earned his own immortality through decades of unwanted suffering offered on the side of an ordinary Roman coffin as a kind of visual promise to the family burying their own loved one inside it. That hardship endured honestly enough might yet be answered, on the far side of the grave, with exactly the same reward this whole night's story has spent so many hours describing. Even the name of an entire Roman town owes itself to this same devotion, since the prosperous seaside city of Herculaneum, buried and preserved beneath the same catastrophic eruption of Vesuvius that destroyed neighbouring Pompeii, took its very name from a local tradition claiming Hercules himself had once founded the settlement in the course of his own wide-ranging travels, so that a town whose ash-buried streets and villas remain, to this day, one of the richest archaeological windows we possess into ordinary Roman daily life, carries this one exhausted, grieving hero's own name into the present, simply because some ancient local storyteller once decided his footsteps had passed that way. Excavators working the town's own buried villa of the Papyri, digging through volcanic mud that had sealed an entire private library and its accompanying sculpture collection for nearly 2,000 years, recovered multiple bronze and marble images of Hercules among the villa's own household statuary, a wealthy Roman family's own private devotion to this hero preserved, by pure geological accident, in more complete condition than almost anything the rest of the ancient world has left us. The 12 labours themselves, meanwhile, settled permanently into the wider language of the cultures that inherited this story so thoroughly that the phrase, "a Herculean task," has become, in English and in nearly every other European language, descended from this same tradition, simply the ordinary way of describing any undertaking of overwhelming difficulty, a linguistic fossil most people who use the phrase today have probably never traced back to its actual source. And it is worth noticing too that the crossroads fable itself left its own smaller mark on ordinary English, since the phrase standing at a crossroads, used today by anyone facing a genuinely consequential decision about the direction their own life is about to take, carries, whether the speaker knows it or not, the same quiet echo of a tired young man once weighing two very different offers on the edge of a hunting trip that this whole knight's own story has kept returning to from its very first hour. An exhausted, grieving man forced to wrestle lions and clean stables and steal cattle from the edge of the known world as penance for a crime a jealous goddess tricked him into committing. The 20th century, for its own part, inherited this whole story and reshaped it once again to suit an audience that wanted, above nearly everything else, a hero it could feel entirely comfortable rooting for without reservation. An animated feature produced toward the very end of that century, transforming Heracles into a cheerful, well-meaning young man striving to prove himself worthy of Olympus. His own children's deaths quietly erased from the story entirely, along with Megara's own original fate, replaced by a version of her as a living love interest rather than a murdered wife. A choice this account understands completely as a matter of what a family audience can reasonably be asked to sit with, but one that also means an entire generation grew up believing they knew this hero's story, while never actually encountering the one genuinely unbearable event that gave every single one of his labours its true weight and its true meaning in the first place. It's worth noting, finally, one further trace this whole story left behind. High above every single labour and loss tonight's own long map has followed, because the ancient Greeks placed Heracles himself among the stars, a constellation still visible tonight, if the sky above you happens to be clear, kneeling on one knee in the northern sky between the constellations of the Dragon and the Lyre, a placement later stargazers connected variously to his triumph over Ladon, the dragon who once guarded the golden apples at the very edge of the world, or to the death of Linus, whose own broken lyre still burns nearby in the same quarter of the sky, so that a hero who spent his entire mortal life labouring under the weight of a grief he never chose was given, in the end, a permanent silent home directly overhead, visible to anyone willing to look up on a dark enough night, still kneeling, after all these centuries, exactly where the old astronomers first placed him, the very last and highest point on a map that began, so many hours ago tonight, in a single cave beside a cradle, a shade among the dead, and a hero who met another hero without ever truly meeting him at all. Remember one small, strange appearance this account has saved for exactly this point in tonight's story, because it belongs to a night this channel has already spent, in full, in this very room, and it complicates the clean apotheosis this account has just described in a way worth sitting with honestly. In the Odyssey, when Odysseus himself descends to the edge of the underworld to consult the dead, he reports seeing, among the crowded and murmuring shades, the image of Heracles, recognisable by his own bow, drawn and ready, as though still hunting something even among the dead, wearing an expression the poem describes as like a man in the dark of night, forever tense, forever braced for some fresh disaster. Homer's own poem is careful, in a detail scholars have puzzled over for centuries, to specify that this was only Heracles' phantom, since the real Heracles himself was said to be already feasting among the gods on Olympus, his true self elsewhere entirely, so that even in the underworld he is somehow doubled, a shadow of a man who is also at the very same moment fully alive and fully divine somewhere else. A strange and rather unsettling image this account finds difficult to shake, that some flickering remainder of every single fear and every single grief this whole long night has walked you through might still be standing down there in the dark forever, even after the man himself had been carried up into an eternity of ease, painted clay, and a hero whose face needed no name written beside it. Consider, too, a handful of the specific physical objects this whole tradition left scattered across the ancient world, because they tell their own quiet story about how early and how completely this myth took hold of the ordinary Greek imagination, long before any philosopher or any Roman emperor ever laid a claim to it. The great black figure vase known today as the François vase, made in Athens in the early 6th century before Christ and recovered, shattered into hundreds of fragments, from an Etruscan tomb in Italy, carries painted scenes from several different heroic cycles circling its own surface, Heracles' own image included among them even at this remarkably early date, evidence that the labours were already a settled, recognisable subject for artists working a full 2 centuries or more before Apollodorus or any of the Athenian tragedians ever put a version of this story into writing. Workshops at the Etruscan city of Volsi turned out amphorae by the hundreds through the 6th century before Christ, showing individual labours. The lion, the boar, the birds, each rendered in the same confident, economical black figure style, meant not for any temple or any wealthy patron's private collection, but for ordinary households across the Mediterranean who wanted this particular hero's own image on the jars holding their own household wine and oil, a level of everyday, unglamorous popularity this account finds worth naming plainly, because it means Heracles belonged, from a remarkably early date, not only to poets and philosophers and emperors, but to whichever ordinary family happened to walk into a market stall and decide his face was the one they wanted, looking back at them every time they poured their own dinner wine. Regional devotion, and a name that travelled further than the myth itself. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific cities this whole story called home before it ever belonged to the wider Mediterranean world, because Thebes, the city of Heracles' own birth, maintained shrines and honours to its own most famous son for centuries, proud in the particular way any ancient city was proud of a hero born within its own walls, even though the wider tradition eventually let Tiryns, the city of his own servitude under Eurystheus, claim just as strong a hold on his memory, the two cities sharing a single hero's own loyalty, the way a modern family might quietly divide a shared inheritance. And it is worth naming, finally, how far this same devotion travelled once Greek and Roman traders and soldiers carried it beyond the Mediterranean world entirely, because Roman writers moving through Gaul in the centuries of their own empire's expansion recorded local Celtic peoples worshipping a strength god of their own, called Ogmios, whom those same Roman writers simply identified as Hercules under a foreign name, an old, eloquent deity said, in one particularly memorable account left by the satirist Lucian, to draw crowds of willing followers along behind him on golden chains looped through their own ears, bound not by force at all, but by the sheer, willing pull of persuasive speech. A strange and rather beautiful local variation on a hero this whole night, as otherwise known almost entirely through the language of strength, rather than the language of words. One more sign of how readily this particular figure kept absorbing whatever a new audience, in a new corner of the ancient world, most needed him to represent. A far different strong man, undone by a woman's own trust in the very same way. Consider one further and rather unexpected echo of tonight's story, because this account has already, on other nights in this room, spent real time with the strength heroes of a tradition entirely separate from the Greek world, and the parallel is close enough that it deserves naming honestly rather than left for a listener to notice alone. Samson, the judge and strong man of the Hebrew Bible, whose own story reaches us through an entirely different tradition and an entirely different theology, nonetheless shares with Heracles a shape this account finds impossible to read as pure coincidence. superhuman strength granted from birth under unusual and divinely charged circumstances, a violent temper that repeatedly escalates ordinary confrontations into killings far beyond what the moment required, and, in the end, an undoing delivered not by any enemy strong enough to defeat him in open combat, but by a woman he loved and trusted, extracting from him, through patient and repeated persuasion, the one secret capable of ending him. This account is not going to claim any direct link between these two traditions, separated as they are by language, geography, and an entirely different religious framework. But it is worth noticing, the same way this whole night has already noticed with Gilgamesh, how persistently the human imagination, across civilizations that had little or no direct contact with one another, kept reaching for the same basic shape whenever it needed to tell a story about strength, a gift too large for its own possessor to fully control, and an ending that arrives, almost always, through the one door strength itself was never built to guard, what the ground itself still remembers. It is worth pausing before this count turns to its own closing hours on a question this channel likes to ask of nearly every myth it spends a long night with, which is simply how much of the fantastical, monster-crowded map this account has just walked with you might be sitting on top of a genuinely real and genuinely walkable landscape. The Lion of Nemea, this account would suggest, was very likely not pure invention dressed up in an impossible hide, because the historian Herodotus and the philosopher Aristotle both record, writing centuries after this myth had already taken its familiar shape, that actual lions, a now vanished Eurasian population related to the lions still found today in a single protected forest in India, survived in the wild mountains of northern Greece and Macedonia well into the historical era, hunted by Macedonian kings as a mark of royal courage and depicted, claws bared, on Mycenaean goldwork and on the famous relief above the Lion Gate at Mycenae itself, centuries before Homer ever composed a line, so that a Bronze Age audience hearing this story for the first time would have been picturing a genuinely local and genuinely dangerous animal, not a fairy tale invention imported from somewhere else entirely. And the court Eurystheus ruled from, timid king though this tradition makes him, sat at Tiryns, a real citadel whose walls, built from limestone blocks so massive that later Greeks, unable to imagine ordinary human labour lifting them, credited their construction to the one-eyed Cyclops themselves, still stand today along the coast of the Argolid, thick enough in places to hide entire storage galleries within their own stonework, a genuinely intimidating seat of power for a king. This whole story otherwise takes real pleasure in mocking as a coward who hid inside a buried jar. Aristotle, writing his own systematic study of animals in the 4th century before Christ, places the last of these wild European lions specifically in the region between 2 rivers in northern Greece, noting that they had already grown rare enough in his own lifetime to be considered a notable and diminishing population rather than an ordinary hazard of rural life. A decline modern zoologists studying the historical record generally agree had run its full course. These species hunted to complete local extinction by some time in the 1st century after Christ, meaning the lion. This whole story's very first labour was built around had already vanished from the Greek landscape entirely by the time the Roman world was carving its own copies of the Farnese Hercules and reading Ovid's own retelling of this same myth, a real animal that outlived its own wild presence in Greece by disappearing into legend at almost exactly the same historical moment it was disappearing from the actual walkable countryside. A shirt that burned twice, once in myth and once again on a Roman stage. It is worth naming too one further ancient telling of this story's own final hours, because it shows how thoroughly even the manner of Heracles' death kept being retold, reshaped, and reperformed for entirely new audiences long after Sophocles and Euripides had already given it its most famous versions. The Roman philosopher and playwright Seneca, writing in the 1st century after Christ, for an audience considerably more interested in raw psychological horror than the Athenian tragedians had generally allowed themselves to be, composed his own version of this same ending in 2 separate plays, a Hercules Furens dramatising the madness and the killing of the children in language of such unrelenting intensity that later Renaissance and Elizabethan playwrights, including, by most scholarly accounts, William Shakespeare himself in the construction of his own mad and grief-stricken kings, studied Seneca's own verse as a working model for how unbearable suffering could actually be staged rather than merely described, and a Hercules Uteus dramatising the poisoned shirt and the pyre on Mount Oeta at a length, and with a graphic physical horror the Greek originals had mostly declined to attempt, Deianira's own guilt and Heracles' own dissolving flesh rendered in a register far closer to nightmare than to the more restrained grief of the Athenian stage. It is worth remembering this Roman afterlife, honestly, because it means the version of this ending most familiar to later European drama for well over 1,000 years was not, in fact, the Greek original at all, but this considerably darker Roman reworking of it, filtered again through Seneca's own particular taste for showing an audience exactly how much a human body and a human mind could be made to suffer before either one finally gave out. A monster turned into a moral lesson by monks who had never read Hesiod. It is worth remembering too one further stretch of this story's own long afterlife this count has not yet walked you through, because the many centuries separating the fall of Rome from the Italian Renaissance were never quite the total blank in Heracles' own reception that a casual telling might suggest. Medieval Christian scholars, working in a world that had largely lost direct access to the original Greek sources this account leaned on so heavily tonight, nonetheless kept Heracles alive through Latin intermediaries, and a handful of them, including a 5th or 6th century mythographer named Fulgentius and, considerably later, the Italian poet and scholar Giovanni Boccaccio in his own vast encyclopedic study of pagan mythology, the Genealogia Diorum, worked to fit this stubbornly pagan hero into a moral framework their own Christian audience could comfortably approve of, reading the 12 Labours as a systematic allegory for a soul's own struggle against the 12 besetting vices, the Nemean lion standing in for pride, the Hydra for the endlessly self-renewing nature of sin itself, each monster refitted, however awkwardly, into a lesson a medieval reader could carry into their own church pew. This account finds these particular readings considerably less persuasive than the older, more honest tradition of cynic and stoic philosophy already described tonight, since a medieval monk moralising a swamp monster into an abstract vice tends to lose most of what actually made the original story worth telling in the first place. But consider this stretch of the story's own survival anyway, because it means Heracles never actually disappeared from the European imagination at any point across the 2,000 years separating his own first telling from tonight's own retelling of it, surviving instead in whatever shape each new century most needed him to take. A painter's favourite subject, and a composer's own quiet homage. It is worth returning, one final time before this account lets its own closing meditation begin, to the crossroads this whole night opened with, because that quiet fable of 2 women and 1 uncertain young man went on to enjoy an afterlife in Western art considerably longer and considerably more prominent than most of the labours that followed it. The Italian painter Annibale Carracci, working at the very end of the 16th century, produced a large and celebrated canvas known simply as the Choice of Hercules, showing the young hero seated between virtue, robed and gesturing toward a steep and difficult mountain path, and vice, reclining and offering him a mask, a symbol of easy pleasure and hollow appearance. A painting so influential in its own moment that later academies of art across Europe assigned young painting students the exact same subject as a formal training exercise for generations afterward, the crossroads itself becoming a kind of artistic rite of passage in its own right. Peter Paul Rubens painted his own version a few decades later, and the composer Johann Sebastian Bach, in the following century, set the same fable to music entirely, a secular cantata composed in 1733 and known in German as Die Wahl des Hercules, the Choice of Hercules, written not for any church service at all but as a birthday tribute for a young prince, its young listener invited, through Bach's own music, to hear the very same choice this account described to you many hours ago tonight, and to consider the way that 11-year-old Prince was surely meant to. which of the two women waiting at his own eventual crossroads he intended to follow. It is worth sitting with that afterlife for a moment, a philosopher's fable about a hunting trip and two allegorical women, painted and set to music and taught to students for well over 2 centuries, because it means the single quietest and least dramatic scene in this whole night's story turned out, in the long run, to be one of the most enduring and unglamorous choice about the shape of an ordinary life outlasting, in the wider cultural memory, more than one lion and more than one Hydra. The composer George Friedrich Handel, working in London only a handful of years after Bach composed his own cantata, on a continent away, turned instead to the story's own darkest hour, setting the death of Heracles and Deianira's own unravelling guilt to music in an oratorio simply titled Hercules, first performed in 1745 to an audience that, by most surviving accounts, found its subject matter considerably too grim for the polite entertainment they had come expecting. A commercial disappointment in its own moment that later musicologists have since come to regard as one of Handel's own most psychologically searching works. Deianira's own musical unravelling into guilt-driven delusion by the opera's final act treated with a seriousness 18th century London audiences were apparently not quite ready to sit with. The women this story rarely lingers on. Notice, one final time, a pattern this account has already touched at several separate points across tonight's long telling, but has not yet gathered together into a single honest reckoning, because the women who move through Heracles' own life deserve better than to remain scattered footnotes to a man's own story. Megara lost her children to a madness that was never her own fault, and was quietly reassigned to a new household, as though her own grief could simply be administratively resolved. Deianira loved her husband enough to trust a dying enemy's own calculated lie, and paid for that trust with her husband's unbearable death and her own subsequent suicide, an entire life's devotion reduced in most retellings to the single unwitting act that killed him, rather than to the years of ordinary loyalty that preceded it. Iole, whose own father's justified caution about a suitor with a documented history of killing his family, cost her city, her brothers, and her own freedom, appears in this story mostly as a prize fought over and possessed rather than a person with any interior life the old sources bother to record at all. Auge, a princess this account has not yet named tonight, was seduced or assaulted by Heracles in a separate episode. This tradition treats with real discomfort, even by its own considerable tolerance for divine and heroic misconduct, bearing a son, Telephus, who grew up not knowing his own father and whose entire later story is built around trying to find him. And Hippolyta, who offered a stranger her own most treasured possession freely and in good faith, was killed by that same stranger's hand because a goddess who had never once forgiven his existence wanted simply to watch something good turn suddenly and irreversibly bad. Notice the pattern sitting underneath all 5 of these women, because it is worth remembering plainly rather than leaving scattered across 5 separate scenes. Nearly every woman who crosses paths with Heracles across this entire story ends up paying a cost that was never really about anything she herself had done, caught, again and again, in the blast radius of a man's own madness, or a goddess's own grudge, or a father's own understandable fear, or a stranger's own instant and irreversible violence. This account does not think this pattern makes Heracles himself a villain in any of these individual scenes, since the plain facts of each one differ enormously in where the actual blame belongs. But remember the pattern as a pattern regardless, the same way this whole channel has learned to name it in other stories told across other long nights in this room, because a story this thoroughly built around one man's own suffering can make it easy to forget how much suffering radiated outward from him as well, landing disproportionately on women whose own names this tradition rarely bothered to give the same careful attention it gave to every single one of his 12 labours. What this whole long map was really drawing. We're nearing the end of tonight's telling, and it is worth remembering before this account lets the story finally close to set Heracles beside the other great figures this channel has spent long nights with in this same room, because the comparison tells us something true about what this particular story was actually built to explore, that none of those other tales quite manage in the same way. Achilles, in the story of the war at Troy, this channel told across an entire night in this room, chased a glory that burned brighter for being brief. A hero who understood and accepted that a short life spent in dazzling battlefield triumph outweighed a long one spent in obscurity, and who paid for that choice with an early death he had known was coming from the very moment he sailed for Troy. Odysseus, in the long wandering this channel spent another whole night following, survived not through overwhelming strength at all, but through patience and cunning, and a stubborn, hard-won capacity to hold a distant future in his mind vividly enough to outlast every present temptation the sea threw in his path. Aeneas, in the story of Troy's fall and the founding of Rome, this channel, told most recently in this room, carried a duty that was never truly his own to choose, setting aside his own private wants again and again in favour of an unborn nation's future he would never live to see completed. Heracles belongs beside all three of these men, and yet tonight's own particular way of walking through his story, a map drawn outward, ring by ring to the very edge of the world, and then down into a country with no geography left at all, and a choice made once at a quiet crossroads and kept, imperfectly, at enormous cost, across every single mile of that same map, sets him apart from all three in a way worth naming plainly before this account lets the night finally close. Achilles never had to keep choosing his own fate, because his fate was fixed the moment he sailed, a single decision made once and then simply lived out. Odysseus's whole struggle was to stay in one place in his own mind, holding Ithaca steady against every distraction, while Heracles' whole struggle was the opposite, to keep moving, ring after ring, further and further from anything resembling a fixed home, because the debt he was paying could only be discharged by distance, by difficulty, by the accumulating mileage of an entire imagined world walked end to end on foot, and Aeneas accepted a duty laid on him by prophecy and dream that he might, in some other version of his own character, have simply refused, while Heracles, this whole account has tried to show you tonight, actually did have a genuine refusal available to him at that very first crossroads outside Thespius's own palace, a life of ease offered honestly and by name, and chose freely, before any oracle or any goddess had yet forced his hand to walk the harder road instead. It is worth noticing too one final asymmetry this story leaves us with, because it is the detail that makes Heracles' own particular grief so much harder to resolve than any of the other losses this tradition asks us to sit with. When Achilles grieves for Patroclus, or when Aeneas grieves for Dido, or for his own father, or for a wife lost in the smoke of a burning city, the grief belongs entirely to the man doing the grieving, a private wound inflicted by fate or by circumstance that he alone must carry. Heracles' grief is different, and worse, because the wound and the hand that dealt it were, for one unbearable stretch of one single night, exactly the same thing, and no later reconciliation with Hera, no eventual welcome onto Olympus, no marriage to the goddess of eternal youth, could ever actually undo the plain, physical fact that his own two hands, guided though they were by a force entirely outside his own will, had done what they did. This account does not know of any comfort in the whole of Greek mythology, large enough to answer that particular kind of grief honestly, and it does not think the story itself ever pretended to offer one, choosing instead to show us, across every single labour that followed, what a person actually does with a grief that has no comfort adequate to it. Not resolve it, because it cannot be resolved, but simply keep walking toward the next impossible task, and the one after that, because the walking itself, however exhausting, is the only form of answer a wound of this particular size will ever actually permit. Let this account walk back once, through the whole shape of the night behind us, because a story carried this far deserves to be seen whole before we let it finally rest. It began in a cave, and a night stretched 3 times its own length by a god wearing a face that was never his. It grew into a stolen kingship, a cradle full of strangled serpents, a temper that killed a music teacher before it had ever been properly tested against anything that actually deserved it. It found, for one brief and genuine season, real happiness in a wife and a household of children, and lost every bit of that happiness in a single night. No court in any world would ever call a fair trial. It found, at a quiet crossroads on the edge of a hunting trip, a choice made freely and kept, however imperfectly, for the rest of a very long life, and then it walked, labour by labour, ring by ring outward across the only map this whole ancient world believed existed. A lion a short ride from home, a Hydra in a nearby marsh, a Hind that took a full year of patient running, a boar and a dead friend and a dying teacher in the same snow-covered mountains, a king's filthy stables cleared by two bent rivers, a flock of iron, feathered birds driven into the open sky, a bull sailed home across the open sea, man-eating mares and a young companion lost to them, a queen's belt turned to plunder by one goddess's single well-placed lie, a three-bodied giant and a golden cup borrowed from the sun itself, a garden at the very edge of everything, and a titan tricked into keeping his own eternal burden, and finally at the very last a country with no roads at all, and a three-headed guardian carried up out of it and back down again exactly as he had been asked to. It walked further still, after the labours were formally finished, to a chained titan freed at last, a war among giants that the gods themselves could not have won without him, a beloved young companion lost to a spring's own jealous nymphs, a wrestling match with death itself fought for no reward beyond a grieving household's own relief, a year spent humbled at another queen's own loom, and, at the very end of all of it, a centaur's dying lie, a wife's own trusting and entirely innocent hand, a shirt that could not be removed, and a fire on a mountain that a man chose for himself rather than let a poison choose it for him. It rose, at the last, into a sky it had earned the hard way, and found there, waiting, the very goddess who had spent an entire lifetime trying to make sure it never arrived at all, offering, at the very end, a peace. This account still is not entirely sure the man in the story ever managed to fully believe was real. A number that was not always 12, and an order that depends on who happens to be telling it. It is worth remembering honestly before this account lets its own map finally close, that the neat numbered sequence of 12 labours this whole night has followed, valley to marsh to mountain to the very edge of the world and finally down into the country of the dead, is itself a later tidying up of a tradition that was, for a considerable stretch of its own early life, genuinely less orderly than that. The oracle at Delphi, as this account told you many hours ago, originally sentenced Heracles to 10 labours, not 12, and it was only Eurystheus' own petty disqualification of the Hydra and the Augean stables that stretched the debt to the familiar number modern audiences now take for granted. Euripides, in his own tragedy, has a chorus recite the labours in an order noticeably different from the one Apollodorus would later settle into the standard reference sequence this account has followed tonight, and the earlier surviving visual evidence, the black figure vases and the temple friezes already described tonight, do not always agree with either writer, some artists choosing to depict only a handful of favourite labours rather than the complete set, others including episodes, a wrestling match with the river god Achelous among them, that later tradition eventually filed away as a separate adventure rather than an official labour at all. This account has told you the labours tonight in the order most modern retellings have settled on, because a map needs some fixed sequence to be walkable at all. But it is worth naming honestly that this particular order was never quite so fixed in antiquity itself. A reminder, one more time before tonight's story closes, that even the most familiar-seeming shape of an ancient myth is very often a later generation's own tidying of something that began considerably messier. A king who never asked for his own crown either. Consider too a symmetry this account has not yet named plainly, because it complicates, in a useful way, the simple contempt this whole tradition otherwise invites a listener to feel for Eurystheus. Notice that Eurystheus himself never asked to be born early, never asked to be placed, by a scheming goddess's own manipulation of a father's careless oath, into a role that would require him to spend a full decade commanding a man immeasurably stronger and more beloved than himself, terrified by his own account, into hiding inside a buried storage jar every time that same man returned from another impossible task successfully completed. Hera's scheme, this account would suggest, actually claimed two victims rather than one. A hero robbed of the birthright and the easy life that should rightfully have been his, and a lesser man handed a crown and an authority he had done nothing to earn, and was almost certainly never equipped to carry, forced to spend his own entire reign administering a punishment he could not have refused any more than Heracles himself could refuse to serve it. Both men, in their own very different ways, instruments of a single goddess's grudge rather than free agents acting purely on their own account. This account is not asking you to feel real sympathy for Eurystheus, whose own pettiness across this whole night's telling earned him very little of it. But consider honestly that even the villain sitting at the near end of tonight's whole long map was, in his own smaller and less dignified way, exactly as unconsulted about his own fate as the hero he spent a decade tormenting. A mother who outlived every single one of these labours. Notice finally, before this account turns to its very last hour, what became of Alcmene herself, the mortal woman this whole story began with, because she is easy to lose sight of across so many hours spent following her son across the edges of the known world. Alcmene lived on for a great many years after Heracles' own apotheosis, protected in her old age, once Eurystheus had finally been killed by the very grandchildren her son had left scattered across the Greek world, and several later sources, kinder to her than this tradition has generally been to most of its mortal women, describe her death as gentle rather than tragic, some claiming that Zeus himself, in a rare late gesture of tenderness toward the mortal woman he had once deceived at such length to father his own greatest son, sent Hermes to carry her body away before her funeral and replace it with a stone, transporting her instead to the Isles of the Blessed to live out a peaceful afterlife among other favoured mortals. A small and quiet mercy this account finds worth naming, that the one woman standing at the very beginning of this entire night's story, deceived by a god disguised as her own husband on the single night that started everything, was given, at the very end of her own long life, an ending gentler than almost anyone else this whole long map has introduced you to. A body remembered in the gymnasium as much as the temple. It is worth naming, too, one final and considerably more recent echo of this whole tradition, because the Farnese Hercules already described tonight did not stop shaping how later ages pictured an ideal human body once the Renaissance had finished studying it. The Prussian-born strongman Eugen Sandow, generally credited today as the father of modern competitive bodybuilding, built his own entire public persona at the end of the 19th century around a deliberate, carefully measured resemblance to exactly this ancient statue, having his own body measured against classical proportions by the sculptor who cast his famous bronze likeness, and posing for photographs in poses lifted directly from ancient Heracles imagery, so that an entire modern fitness culture, still very much alive in gyms and magazine covers today, traces a fairly direct and well-documented line of descent back to a 2,000-year-old marble copy of an even older Greek bronze. It is hard not to notice, too, that the actor and later politician Arnold Schwarzenegger, whose own body helped define an entire later generation's idea of physical strength, played this same hero directly early in his own film career. One more layer added to a chain of imitation and homage that now stretches, unbroken in spirit if not always in name, from a Greek sculptor working under royal patronage more than 2,000 years ago, to a gym mirror somewhere in the present moment. This account is being told into tonight. a hero whose entire mortal life this whole night has spent arguing was really about restraint and choice rather than raw muscle, remembered, in the end, mostly for exactly the muscle this account has kept insisting was never really the point. Notice too, one further and considerably more recent afterlife this same madness scene has found, because a number of modern clinicians and writers working on trauma and post-traumatic stress have reached, in the last several decades, for exactly this ancient story as a way of describing something their own patients struggle to put into words, a mind that, under sufficiently extreme strain, can turn briefly and catastrophically against the very people it loves most, acting with real and irreversible violence while genuinely unable, in the moment itself, to perceive the danger correctly. The classicist and psychiatrist Jonathan Shea, working directly with combat veterans in the decades following the war in Vietnam, drew this same comparison explicitly, finding in Heracles' own story, and in the madness Euripides staged so unflinchingly on the Athenian stage, a strikingly accurate ancient description of what modern medicine now calls a dissociative break, a mind so overloaded by accumulated violence and grief that it briefly loses the ability to distinguish a genuine threat from the people standing directly in front of it. A reading this account finds genuinely moving, that a play written and performed for a live Athenian audience nearly 2,500 years ago turned out, centuries later, to be diagnostically useful to soldiers whose own suffering the ancient playwright could never have imagined in any of its specific modern detail. A hero the comic playwrights could not resist mocking. It is worth naming, before this account moves toward its own final hours, that tragedy was never the only register the ancient Greek stage used for this particular hero, because the writers of what scholars today call Old Comedy, working in the very same 5th century Athens that gave the world Euripides' own unflinching account of the children's deaths, found in Heracles an entirely different and considerably less dignified comic type, a good-natured glutton forever hungry, forever ready to eat an entire household out of its own stores and demand more, a stock figure whose appetite for food and wine had become, by the time Aristophanes wrote his own comedy The Frogs late in that same century, familiar enough to an ordinary Athenian audience that the playwright could simply borrow Heracles' own established comic reputation wholesale, having the god Dionysus disguise himself as Heracles specifically, because the costume alone, lion skin and club, was already a reliable audience laugh before a single line of dialogue had even been spoken. Notice how strange this pairing actually is, held up beside everything this account has spent tonight so carefully building. A hero mourned on stage as a man destroyed by unbearable, undeserved grief in one Athenian theatre, and, quite possibly in the very same festival season, laughed at on stage in another as a lovable oaf who cannot walk past a full pantry without emptying it. And it is worth sitting with that whiplash honestly, because it tells us something true about how thoroughly this particular figure had saturated the ordinary Greek imagination by this point in his own long afterlife, familiar enough and beloved enough to support being taken with total tragic seriousness and total comic irreverence within the very same city, in the very same decade, without either treatment ever fully cancelling out the other. Before this account lets the fire on Mount Ota finally burn all the way down, it is hard not to notice, one at a time, the company that actually carried this whole long map to its own conclusion, because a story built this heavily around one man's own suffering can make it easy to forget how many other hands helped him carry it. There was Amphitryon, who forgave a wife a betrayal that was never her own fault, and raised another man's son as tenderly as his own, and who did not live to see a single one of the 12 labours this account has walked you through tonight. There was Alcmen, deceived on the single night that started this entire story, and given, at the very end of her own long life, a mercy gentler than almost anyone else in it. There was Iolaus, who stood at his uncle's own side with a burning torch, when strength alone was making a monster worse rather than better, and who took in a grieving widow when no one else quite knew what else to do with her. There was Theseus, who refused to let a broken man die in the ruins of his own worst hour, and who was pulled bodily out of the underworld by the same hands he had once talked back from the edge of a cliff. There was Pholus, who offered honest hospitality to a guest and paid for another man's rage with his own life, and Chiron, who taught 100 heroes before an accident meant for someone else finally ended his own long teaching. There was Abderus, left in charge of 4 terrible mares for a few minutes too long, and remembered afterward in the name of an actual city that stood on a real coastline for centuries. There was Hippolyta, who offered a stranger her own belt freely and was killed by that same stranger's hand because a goddess wanted to watch something good turn bad. There was Atlas, tricked twice by the same simple request for a moment's rest, and Ladon, who never once left his own post and was killed anyway, from a distance by an arrow he likely never saw coming. There was Prometheus, freed at last from a mountainside after more mortal lifetimes of suffering than any single myth can properly measure. There was Philoctetes, the only man present willing to grant a dying friend the one mercy everyone else in that whole crowd could not bring themselves to give him. There was Deianira, who loved her husband enough to trust a dying enemy's own calculated lie, and who took her own life the instant she understood what her own trust had actually done. And there was Hebe, waiting quietly at the very end of all of it, offering an exhausted man the one thing this whole long night has argued he was chasing from the very first crossroads onward, not glory, and not even rest exactly, but simply the chance, after everything, to finally stop having to choose the hard road all over again. That, perhaps, is the truest reason this particular story has outlasted every softened, brightly coloured retelling later ages layered on top of it, because underneath the monsters and the golden apples and the borrowed lion skin, it is a story about a very old and very human question that has nothing to do with strength at all. What do you actually owe, and to whom, when the worst thing you have ever done was never really a choice you made? And what does a life spent trying to answer that question honestly actually look like? Labour after labour, mile after mile, until the very last edge of the map and the very last fire finally arrives. This account has tried, across 2 very different threads tonight, a map drawn outward, ring by ring, to the edge of the world, and a choice made once at a quiet crossroads and kept at enormous cost, to show you that those 2 threads were never actually separate stories at all, but the same single truth told twice, in 2 different languages, geography and philosophy both insisting, in their own particular ways, that the distance between an easy life and a difficult one is never really measured in miles at all, but in how many times a person is willing to keep choosing the harder road after the first choosing has already cost them everything they thought that choice was going to earn them back. It is worth carrying one last thought with you before this long night finally closes, because it is the thought this channel keeps returning to whenever it tells a story built around suffering that was never actually earned. We have spent tonight with a man who strangled serpents before he could walk, who wrestled lions and hydras and giants and death itself, who carried the entire weight of the sky on his own shoulders rather than complain of the burden, and who found, again and again, that none of that overwhelming strength could actually protect him from the one thing that mattered most, a grief inflicted on him by a goddess's jealousy that no labour, however impossible, could ever fully answer. And yet he kept going anyway, not because any oracle promised him the pain would stop, but because a young man sitting once at a quiet crossroads had already decided, freely and without anyone forcing his hand, which kind of life he actually wanted to have lived by the time it was over. There is something in that particular kind of endurance worth carrying into your own sleep tonight, whatever weight you yourself happen to be setting down at the end of this day, because the strongest man the ancient world ever imagined was never strong because nothing could hurt him. He was strong because everything did, and he kept walking anyway, 1 more mile, 1 more labour, 1 more mark on a map that only ever got easier to walk in hindsight, never while he was actually walking it. Notice, too, one further and considerably less obvious channel this story travelled through on its way toward the present moment, because the compilers of medieval romance, working centuries after Rome itself had fallen, and centred their own storytelling around a different set of heroes entirely. Knights errant sent out one at a time to prove themselves against giants and dragons, and enchanted obstacles scattered across an equally imagined landscape, inherited far more of this particular shape than most of them likely ever recognised consciously. A single champion assigned a sequence of individually impossible tasks by an authority he cannot refuse, each one testing a different quality, each one carrying him further from anything resembling home, is a structure medieval audiences found just as satisfying, retold in new armour and under new names, as the Greek audiences who first heard it, structured around a lion, a Hydra, and a garden at the edge of the world. It is worth returning one final time to the lion whose own skin opened this entire map so many hours ago tonight, because that same hide, worn as armour across every single labour and every later adventure this account has walked you through, is said by several ancient sources to have burned alongside its own owner on the pyre at Mount Oeta. The one piece of this whole long story that had proven, across an entire lifetime, genuinely impervious to everything except the very fire its wearer chose for himself at the very end. A small and rather fitting detail, that the one thing on this whole earth strong enough to survive every single test tonight's map has put in front of it was finally deliberately and voluntarily let go by the one man who had ever actually earned the right to set it down. Consider too the river god Heracles wrestled to win Deianira's own hand in the first place, because the contest deserves more than the passing mention this account gave it so many hours ago. Achelous, god of the largest river in mainland Greece, and a suitor for Deianira's hand in his own right, challenged Heracles to a wrestling match for her, and unable to match Heracles in a fair contest of ordinary strength, resorted across the fight to the same trick that had already served this whole tradition's shape-shifting sea god so well, becoming first a serpent and then a bull in an attempt to slip free of Heracles' own grip, only to have Heracles seize him by one of his own bull's horns and wrestle him down regardless, snapping the horn clean off in the process, a trophy Achilles was said to have brought back afterward by trading Heracles the miraculous Horn of Plenty, the cornucopia, an object that would go on to symbolise abundance and overflowing harvest in Western art for every century since. One more small, strange gift this whole tradition handed down out of a contest that began, like so much else in this story, with two very different suitors competing for a woman whose own preference in the matter this tradition never once bothers to record. It is worth pausing one final time, at roughly the midpoint of the long map this account has walked you through tonight, on how differently the second half of that map actually felt to walk compared to the first, because the shift is worth naming honestly. The early labours, the lion, the Hydra, the Hind, the Boar, all unfolded within a few days' travel of Eurystheus' own court. Monsters a farmer from Tiryns could plausibly have heard about second-hand within the same season they were killed. But starting with the belt of Hippolyta, tonight's map begins reaching for places an ordinary Greek listener could only have imagined rather than visited. The Black Sea, the western edge of ocean, a garden with no fixed coordinates at all, and it is worth noticing that this same widening corresponds, labour for labour, to a widening in the kind of danger Heracles actually faces, from animals and single monsters in the early labours to entire hostile peoples, powerful giants, and finally the rulers of the dead themselves in the later ones, the map and the danger both growing outward together in careful lockstep, all the way to the story's own final and most impossible threshold. It is worth naming too a small and often overlooked detail about the very oracle that set this whole map in motion, because the Pythia at Delphi did not simply hand Heracles a sentence and send him on his own way without any further guidance. Ancient sources describe her as offering him one further piece of counsel alongside the 10 years of service, advising him that whatever labour Eurystheus set, however petty or however impossible it seemed, ought to be undertaken exactly as instructed and without argument, since the value of the punishment, in the oracle's own accounting, lay less in any single task's own outcome than in the discipline of completing whatever was actually asked of him. A piece of advice that reads, this account would suggest, as the oracle's own more austere and more institutional restatement of the very same lesson a young man had already learned for himself, freely and without any god's compulsion, at a quiet crossroads outside Thespius's palace years before any of this had happened to him at all. It is worth remembering, too, exactly how much of this whole night story depended on people who were never monsters and never gods at all, but simply present at the right moment with the right kind of steady, unglamorous loyalty. Aeolus with his torch, Theseus refusing to let a broken man die alone. Athena, appearing again and again not as a rescuer who does the work herself, but as a quiet voice suggesting exactly the right tool at exactly the right moment. Nereus, wise enough to stop struggling once he understood the question being asked of him was an honest one. This account has spent tonight, appropriately, on lions and hydras and giants and gods, but it is worth closing this particular thread by naming plainly that not one single labour on this entire map was actually completed by strength alone, every single one of them requiring in the end some other person's willingness to show up, to hold a torch, to offer one piece of good advice, to simply refuse to let a friend disappear into his own despair. The quietest and least mythological force in this entire story turning out, on an honest accounting, to be the one that mattered most. Notice too one further and rather touching piece of ordinary Greek religious life this whole tradition left behind, because Heracles' own particular status as a figure straddling the line between hero and god made him, across the historical Greek world, an unusually popular patron for the young rather than only for kings and soldiers. Greek boys reaching the age of physical training were commonly enrolled at gymnasiums built under Heracles' own patronage, his statue standing watch over exercise grounds in city after city. An ordinary institution of everyday civic life this account finds worth naming, because it means an entire population of Greek boys grew up training their own young bodies literally in the shadow of this exact story, taught, whether any given trainer ever said so explicitly or not, that the discipline being asked of them in that same gymnasium yard was, in its own small and unglamorous way, a first and considerably gentler labour of their own. It is worth remembering too that this same patronage extended into ordinary household religion in a way grander temples and famous oracles do not always capture, because Heracles was commonly invoked, across the Greek world, as a household protector against misfortune specifically, his image carved into doorposts and lintels in a gesture ordinary families understood as inviting exactly the kind of steady, dependable strength this whole night story has spent so many hours complicating into someone stand quiet guard over their own threshold. A use this account finds worth sitting with at the very end of a long telling, devoted to how much genuine suffering sat underneath that same steady strength, because it means the ordinary Greek family nailing his likeness above their own front door was not necessarily thinking about the children, or the poisoned shirt, or the decade of unwanted service, but simply about a figure large enough and tested enough to be trusted with keeping harm on the other side of their own wall. It is worth naming one final time the specific weight each of tonight's 12 labours was actually asking Heracles to carry, because reducing them to a simple list of monsters killed loses something this whole night has tried hard not to lose. The lion asked him to abandon a weapon he trusted and trust his own bare hands instead. The Hydra asked him to accept help he had never needed before, and admit that strength alone could make a bad situation worse. The Hind asked him to spend an entire year proving he could want something badly, and still refuse to simply take it by force. The Boar cost him a friend and a teacher, and taught him that even a labour completed cleanly can still leave real wreckage in its wake. The Stables asked him to be clever rather than strong, and then watched two separate men punish him for the cleverness anyway. The Birds asked him to accept a gift rather than insist on solving the problem entirely alone. The Bull asked nothing at all, a labour almost too easy to matter, a reminder that not every difficulty in a life like this one arrives with equal weight. The mares showed him a cruelty that came from a man rather than a monster, and asked him to answer it in kind. The belt cost him the one clean diplomatic victory of his entire life, stolen by a single lie. Gerion's cattle asked him to travel further than he had ever travelled, and reminded him how little that distance actually mattered once his own aim was sure enough. The apples asked him to outthink rather than outfight a titan wearier than he had ever been himself, and Cerberus, the last and hardest of them all, asked him to walk into death itself and come back out again, carrying proof that even that particular threshold, the one every other mortal eventually crosses only once, could, for exactly one man, be crossed twice. Consider too exactly what this whole story asks a modern listener to do with a hero this thoroughly built out of contradiction, because this account has spent tonight refusing to simplify him in either direction, neither a flawless victim nor a simple brute, and it is worth being honest that this refusal is itself a choice rather than a neutral default. A simpler telling could have made Heracles purely sympathetic, every act of violence traced back to Hera's own hand, every death outside the 12 official labours quietly trimmed away. A different, simpler telling could have made him purely a cautionary figure, a warning about strength without discipline, his own suffering read as a kind of deserved consequence rather than a genuine injustice. This account has tried, across every single hour of tonight's telling, to resist both of those easier shapes, because the man the oldest sources actually describe was neither, a man who chose the harder road freely at 18, and then spent the rest of his life discovering exactly how much harder that road could still become before it finally let him rest, sometimes meeting that difficulty with real and admirable restraint, and sometimes failing to meet it at all. Both of those truths equally real, equally recorded, and equally worth carrying with you now that this whole long map has finally reached its own last mile. It is hard not to notice, too, that this same refusal to simplify is, this account would argue, the actual reason this particular story has survived so completely intact across nearly 3,000 years of retelling, while countless other heroes from the very same mythology, figures every bit as celebrated in their own moment, have faded into little more than a name and a single deed modern audiences can barely place. A story that only ever offered comfort would have worn thin centuries ago, replaced by whichever newer hero happened to flatter its own era's own preferred idea of strength. A story that only ever offered warning would have curdled into simple moralizing, the kind of tale told once to frighten children and then set aside once they were old enough to know better. What has actually kept this particular map worth walking, generation after generation, culture after culture, philosopher after painter after composer after modern clinician, is the same thing this account has tried to honour across every single hour of tonight's own telling. A hero large enough and honest enough to hold both the comfort and the warning at once, and to let a listener decide each time the story is told again which part of it they most need to hear that particular night. Notice too the particular kind of company Heracles kept across this entire map, because it is easy, across so many hours spent following one man's own labours, to lose sight of how much of this story is actually about the strange and often unequal relationships that carried him from one end of the known world to the other. Athena, appearing again and again with exactly the right suggestion, at exactly the right moment, never asking anything in return beyond his own continued survival. Iolaus, young enough to be his own son in most tellings, willing to hold a burning torch against a monster that had already proven strength alone was useless against it. Theseus, a friend rather than a follower, willing to argue with him rather than simply obey. And Hera, the strangest company of all, an enemy so constant and so intimate across this entire lifetime that she comes to feel, by the story's own final hours, less like an outside threat and more like a kind of terrible ever-present family member, present at every single turn of this whole long map, in a way no ally, however loyal, ever quite managed to match. It is worth noticing that a man capable of inspiring this much loyalty from gods and mortals alike, across a lifetime this genuinely difficult, was clearly never simply the blunt instrument popular memory sometimes reduces him to, because blunt instruments do not usually earn this particular kind of devotion, offered freely and paid for more than once tonight at real and lasting cost to the ones who gave it. It is worth naming, one final time, the particular quality of grief this story keeps returning to, because tonight has used the word often enough that it is worth being precise about what kind of grief this account actually means. Not the grief of losing something gradually, the way age or illness takes a person a little at a time, giving the people who love them room to prepare. And not the grief of a single accident, arriving without warning and without any human agency behind it at all. The grief running underneath this entire map is a third and considerably rarer kind. The grief of having caused unbearable harm through no genuine fault of your own, of standing, afterward, in the wreckage of your own actions with absolutely nowhere honest to place the blame, because the hands were yours and the will was not, and no framework this account knows of, ancient or modern, has ever fully solved what a person is supposed to do with a grief shaped exactly like that. Heracles' own answer, this whole night has tried to show you, was never a solution at all but a practice. Labour after labour, mile after mile, choosing, over and over, to keep being useful to a world that would cost him everything. Because the alternative, sitting still inside that particular grief, was a kind of death this story insists no amount of divine strength could have survived. It is worth remembering too, before this count finally lets the fire burn down, that the map this whole night has walked with you was never really about geography at all, however useful that particular thread proved for holding 12 very different labours together into a single coherent shape. A map only matters because of what it lets a traveller eventually arrive at, and what Heracles actually arrived at, mile after difficult mile, was never simply the far edge of the known world or the gates of the dead, but a settled and hard-earned knowledge of exactly what he himself was capable of enduring. A knowledge no map could have handed him in advance, and no oracle could have simply told him. The kind of knowledge that only ever arrives the same way it arrived for him, one impossible labour at a time, until there was nothing left standing between the man and the full, unhidden shape of his own character. It is worth remembering too, one last time, the two women waiting at that very first crossroads so many hours ago tonight, because this whole night's telling has quietly been an argument across every single labour and every single loss, for taking virtue's own promise more seriously than her softer rivals, not because the easier road is somehow false or unreal, but because this whole story insists, patiently and at enormous length, that the harder road is the only one that actually leaves something behind worth calling a life, a lion's skin, a garden's worth of apples, a whole map walked end to end, a name carried into the stars rather than simply years spent comfortably and then quietly forgotten the moment they ended. Whatever weight you yourself happen to be setting down tonight, whatever quiet crossroads you may be standing at in your own waking hours, this account leaves you with nothing more elaborate than what a tired young man once heard on the edge of a hunting trip so many centuries ago, that the difficult road really is the one worth choosing, and that choosing it once is never actually the end of the choosing, only the beginning of a much longer walk that gets no easier, simply because you have already decided once which direction you meant to go. Notice too one further and rather practical detail this account has not yet mentioned, because it belongs to the story's own honest accounting of cost rather than to any single labour in particular. Across the whole 10 years of this servitude, Heracles is never once recorded as having asked Eurystheus for any payment, any land, any title, any share of the treasure or the cattle or the golden apples he kept bringing back from the farthest edges of the earth, arriving instead, labour after labour, with his own hands empty of anything but the proof that the task itself was finished. A detail worth sitting with, because it means this whole enormous undertaking, every mile of it, was never actually transactional in the way an ordinary decade of service might have been. He was not working toward a wage, he was working toward an ending, and the distinction, this account would argue, matters more than it might first appear, because a man working for payment can always, in principle, decide the payment is not worth the cost, and simply stop. A man working toward the end of an unpayable debt has no such option available to him at all, and it is that particular airless kind of obligation this whole night has tried to show you. That actually explains why Heracles kept walking long after any ordinary sense of fair compensation would have told him to stop. It is worth naming, finally, before this account lets the whole long night close, the particular sound this story would have actually reached its earliest listeners through, because this whole telling has tried, across every hour, to honour the fact that Heracles' own life was first carried not on any written page at all, but on a human voice, a rhapsode standing before a crowded festival audience, or a single storyteller speaking quietly to a handful of listeners gathered around a fire at the edge of exactly the kind of dark, uncertain countryside this whole map has spent tonight describing. That same voice would have paused, this account imagines, at exactly the places tonight's own telling has paused, letting a listener notice the weight of a cradle full of strangled serpents, or a crossroads outside a quiet palace, or a fire finally lit on a mountainside by the one man present, brave enough to grant a friend that particular mercy. And it is worth remembering, as this whole long night finally draws to its own close, that the version of this story you have just heard is only the latest voice in a chain reaching back nearly 3,000 years, one more teller adding one more night's own particular shape to a story that has never, in all that time, actually finished being told. It is hard not to notice, too, one small and rather human detail this account has saved until now, because it belongs less to any single labour than to the whole shape of the man who completed them. For all his overwhelming strength, the old sources never once describe Heracles as graceful, and several ancient comic accounts, alongside the more serious tradition this account has spent tonight following, took genuine and affectionate delight in his own particular clumsiness away from a fight. A man who could strangle a lion bare-handed, but who broke more ordinary household furniture than any other figure in this entire mythology, simply by sitting down too quickly, who ate enormous meals with an appetite this same tradition found endlessly fondly comic, and who never, by any surviving account, learned to play a lyre without accidentally breaking it. A small, human absurdity worth naming, precisely because it means the ancient world never actually asked this figure to be perfect in every register at once, allowing him to be devastatingly effective in exactly the one arena that mattered most to this whole story, and thoroughly, endearingly hopeless in nearly every other one. A wholeness this account finds far more convincing in the end than any flawless hero could ever have managed to be. Notice, one last time, the particular shape of courage this whole night's story has actually been describing, because it is easy, after so many hours spent with lions and hydras and giants, to assume this whole account has simply been arguing that courage means facing down something enormous and frightening without flinching. That was never quite the whole of it. The harder courage this story keeps returning to, again and again, across every single labour and every single loss, was the considerably less dramatic kind. The courage required to get up the next morning after your own hands have done something unforgivable, and go on being useful to the people still around you anyway. The courage required to keep a promise made freely at a quiet crossroads long after keeping it has stopped being easy or even reasonable. The courage required to climb onto your own funeral pyre and ask a frightened stranger for one final mercy, rather than let a poison make that same choice for you instead. Killing a lion, this account would suggest, was never actually the hard part of this story. Getting back up, labour after labour, decade after decade, was. It is worth naming, too, exactly what became of the two young women this story so rarely lets finish their own separate journeys, Iole and Augean, because a listener who has followed both of them across tonight's own long telling deserves to know where each one's own thread actually settles. Augean's own son, Telephus, raised without ever knowing his father's identity, grew into a king in his own right in Asia Minor, and was eventually reunited with Heracles' own memory if never the man himself, through a chain of events tangled up with the very war at Troy. This account has already told you belongs to another knight in this room, wounded by Achilles' own spear and healed, strangely only by rust scraped from that same weapon. A small, odd footnote that nonetheless kept his mother's own difficult story alive in the wider mythic record rather than letting it simply vanish. Iole, for her own part, is said by several later sources to have married Hylas, Heracles' own eldest son by Deianira. Once the dust of Oechalia's own destruction had settled, the woman whose captivity indirectly caused Heracles' death, becoming, in the story's own final and rather startling turn, mother to his own grandchildren, one more circle this whole tangled family tree closed, in a way no single teller could have planned in advance. Notice, too, one final piece of honest uncertainty this account owes you before the night finally closes, because no single telling, however long, can ever claim to have captured every single variant this sprawling and endlessly rewritten tradition actually contains. Different ancient cities claimed different versions of nearly every labour as their own authoritative local account. Different vase painters showed the Hydra with different numbers of heads on pots made only a few decades apart, and different poets, across nearly 1,000 years of continuous retelling, quietly changed small details to flatter. Whichever audience happened to be listening that particular night, a local river god's own defeat added here, an inconvenient betrayal softened there. This account has tried, across every hour of tonight's own telling, to be honest about exactly where that disagreement runs deepest, rather than smoothing it into a single false certainty, because a story this old was never actually meant to hold perfectly still, and the version you have just heard is, itself, only one more voice added to that same long and unfinished argument, shaped as every version before it was shaped, by whichever teller happened to be speaking and whichever listener happened to be lying awake to hear it. Consider at last, before the fire is finally allowed to burn all the way down, exactly what tonight's two threads were actually pointing toward all along, because a map and a choice are, in the end, the same instruction given in two different vocabularies. A map tells you that wherever you currently stand is not the edge of the world, however much it might feel that way on a given night, and that the only way to find out what lies past the next ridge is to keep walking toward it, one labour at a time, without ever being able to see the whole route laid out in advance. And a choice, made once and kept, tells you that the walking itself is never involuntary, however much it might feel, in the hardest hours, like something being done to you rather than something you are doing, because somewhere behind every single mile of this whole exhausting distance sits a young man who once sat quietly at a fork in a road and decided, freely, which direction he actually wanted his own life to go, long before any god or any grief ever gave him a reason he could point to instead. It is worth naming, one final time before this account lets the fire finally settle, the simple arithmetic tonight's whole story has actually been built from, because it is easy, after so many hours of gods and monsters and grief, to lose sight of how plain the underlying shape actually is. One birth nobody consented to, one goddess's grudge nobody deserved, one choice made freely at a single crossroads, 12 labours, walked ring by ring to the very edge of the world and back. A handful of companions who showed up when it mattered, and a handful of losses that never stopped mattering, however many years passed. One wife's own trusting hand, and one fire, chosen rather than merely endured. And, at the very end of all that plain arithmetic, one reconciliation this account still is not sure fully balanced the ledger, and one seat, finally, among the gods, for a man who spent his entire mortal life proving, labour after labour, that he had never actually needed the god's own permission to already be exactly what that seat eventually called him. Notice too one final quiet mercy this whole story offers, that this account has not yet named plainly, because it belongs at the very end rather than anywhere earlier in tonight's telling. Whatever else this long and difficult life actually cost him, Heracles never once had to walk any single mile of it without eventually finding, Somewhere along that particular stretch of road, someone or something willing to help him carry it. A nephew with a torch, a goddess with the right suggestion, a friend who refused to let him die, a titan tricked rather than fought, a dying wife's own unwitting forgiveness granted the instant he understood what had actually happened. This account does not think that help ever made the grief itself any smaller, but it is worth naming at the very last hour of a very long night that a burden shared, even imperfectly, even too late, even by people who could not always carry it far, was still, every single time, a burden made at least somewhat more bearable than it would otherwise have been, and that may be the smallest and truest lesson this entire map was ever actually built to teach. The map is finished now, every ring of it walked, every gate reached and passed through, every name on it spoken at least once across the many hours this account has just spent with you. Notice too, before this account finally lets its own voice go quiet, that every single name spoken across tonight's long telling, human and monster and god alike, was once, to somebody, simply a life in progress, unfinished and unafraid of how its own story would eventually be told, which is, this account suspects, the plainest and most honest reason any of us keeps returning to stories built this heavily around difficulty survived rather than difficulty avoided. Wherever you're hearing this tonight, on whichever side of this slowly turning planet, this whole long map has, at last, reached the very last mile of its own long road, and there is nothing left now but the quiet after a fire has finally been allowed to burn all the way down to embers. Thank you, sincerely and warmly, for spending this many hours of your own night in this room walking a map this long and this crowded alongside a voice you cannot see, and a hero who has been gone from this earth for longer than any single number can really make feel true. There is no more labour left to complete tonight, and no more mountain left to climb, and no more map left to draw. The fire on Mount Yta has burned down to embers, the pyre has gone quiet, and a whole life's worth of grief has, at long last, been carried all the way to its own rest. If you're still awake, you do not have to be. If tonight's long story carried you somewhere good, you're welcome to like this video and subscribe, and if you would like to, leave a thought down in the comments, and this channel will read it in the morning, but that is tomorrow's business and it can wait. For now, let your body settle a little more heavily into the bed beneath you. Let your shoulders finally set down a weight they have been carrying all day without your even noticing. Let your breathing slow all on its own, the way it wants to, and let the sound of a distant fire on a mountainside fade out gently behind you, the way it faded at last for one exhausted, grieving, endlessly burdened man who had finally, after everything, earned the right to rest. Close your eyes, and let yours come now too. Good night and sweet dreams.